creatures of all hues, heights, and humors.
Welcome to a special episode of What Dreams May Come, presented by Chaotic Tiefling Productions.
Tonight, I am joined by the magically macabre and majestically mystifying Lady of Shadows, Jessica Skellington.
And I'm excited to join alongside the boisterous, bacchanalian Baron of Banter, Finnegan Archer, the Bloodhaven Bard.
This year, we have brought you a season of Shakespeare plays performed by thespians driven out of the stage lights by the perils of our present pandemic, leaving us without a place to perform our craft. Tonight, we return, because we couldn't stay away, with a special performance of The Winter's Tale.
As we have done in our private readings with our local friends, Finn and I have chosen one of Shakespeare's plays and made an open call to performers.
What is unique about these readings is, aside from choosing the show, the casting is completely random. Through the magic of spreadsheet randomizers, every actor has an equal chance of being paired with any role, regardless of age, gender, etc.
And as you will see, this often makes for hilarious interpretations of the characters, or provides a new spin on what you may have seen done in live theater.
Tonight's performance will be The Winter's Tale. And to bring you this story, we welcome to the stream a talented troupe of troubadours. Players, as I call out your cast of characters, please introduce yourself and say hello to our lovely audience. Tonight, playing Antigonus.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Bauman.
Playing Archidamus and Servant.
Hello, I am Melodic Blue.
Joining us tonight as Autolycus.
Hello, I'm John.
Filling the role of Camillo.
Hi, I am Ellie Collins.
Tonight, our Cleomenes will be Cleomenes, dear.
Hey, it's April who can't figure out technology.
You're good, dear. Of course. Appearing tonight with us as the clown.
That would be me, Casey, the adjunct GM, here in my natural role of clown.
Tonight joining us as Dion, Mariner, and the First Servant.
Hello. Also having trouble with technology tonight. This is Lydia.
The gremlins are after us, it seems. Tonight playing Dorcas.
Hi, everybody. It's Your Majesty.
Appearing tonight as Amelia and the Second Lady. Oh dear, it appears, did everyone else not hear Amelia? Just me?
Oh dear.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, all right then. Hi, it's Sarah B. Strange, who apparently is also having gremlins.
Woo, they're all over us tonight. Goodness. All right, so where was I? Yes, the first gentleman and various gentlemen.
Hi, I'm Brent, Dork Lord Canada.
Appearing as the First Lady, Second Servant, Second Gentleman, and Time itself.
Hello, I'm Home-Based Serenity.
Very nice, very nice. First Lord and a gaggle of lords to follow, we have.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lorai, also known as Lawmaster Lorai.
Very, very nice. Next, as Florizel.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Hi, Megan. Next, we have Jailer and Officer.
Hi there, this is Michael.
Hello, Michael. Up next, playing our Hermione this evening.
Hey everyone, at D&D Jordan Lee here.
Hi, Jordan. Next, we have King Leontes.
Hey everyone, I'm Lauren. I am That Salty Ginger over on Twitter, Salty Sweet Games here on Twitch, and I'm super excited to be here.
Excited to have you, Lauren. Excited to have you. Playing our Mamilius tonight.
Hi, everybody. It's Jenna Kay.
Welcome back again, Jenna. Next, playing Mopsa.
It's your friendly neighborhood Gleam Demon.
Welcome back, Gleam. Next, playing our Old Shepherd.
Hey, everybody. It's Brian Clements.
Lovely to have you back again, Brian. Paulina.
Hello, everybody. Friendly neighborhood Goblin Katie, aka Katie Downey.
Love you, Goblin. Next, playing Polixenes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Trieste.
Very happy to have you, Trieste. And last but not least, the third gentleman this evening will be played by...
Greetings, my friends and fiends. 'Tis I, your humble dragon at your service.
Lovely to have you as always, Dragon. As you can see, we have lots of new faces and lots of returning faces. However, there is one player who will not be with us tonight. After a long battle with a variety of health issues, a friend of the show, the dear Mike Twiggs, took his final curtain call on Wednesday evening of this week. Mike was one of our friends, a part of the private readings that started this show, and is the very reason why we are here with you tonight. It was Mike who gave us the suggestion that we should take our private friendly readings public and onto the internet. So without his suggestion, there would be no What Streams May Come. What we are, we currently owe to Twigs. He was one of the kindest, most welcoming, and most uplifting people you could have ever met. Tonight, we humbly dedicate this performance to his memory, and at the behest of Mike's family, we ask all who are able to give to the American Diabetes Association in Mike's name. Mike's greatest wish was to bring joy to others, so let us help others in his honor and allow his memory to bring a smile to us and a light into our time tonight. I propose that at the top of each scene, after the scene call, we raise a glass to Twigs.
Twigs was a talented actor and a dedicated performer, but he knew that the best part of any show is you, dear audience. Please let us know how you're liking it in the chat and share those comments that you would normally get shush for in a live theater. Our performers may even join in the dialogue along with Finn and myself. We do humbly ask that you keep it respectful, but please feel free to make jokes, talk about the characters or plot, compliment our actors, and maybe be a little bit bawdy.
We are doing Billy Shakes after all, and we're doing it for Mike. And I know that Mike would want a lot of jokes of all colors, quips, puns, and innuendos in the chat tonight. So, however, we do have moderators watching the chat, so please be kind to one another and to the actors you see on screen. And with that, dear people, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Without further ado, let us to places for Act 1, Scene 1 of The Winter's Tale. To Twigs.
If you shall chance, Camillo, to visit Bohemia on the like occasion whereon my services are now on foot, you shall see, as I have said, great difference betwixt our Bohemia and your Sicilia.
I think this coming summer the King of Sicilia means to pay Bohemia the visitation which he justly owes him.
Wherein our entertainment shall shame us, we will be justified in our loves. For indeed,
Beseech you.
Verily, I speak it in the freedom of my knowledge. We cannot, with such magnificence, in so rare I know not what to say. We will give you sleepy drinks, that your senses, unintelligent of our insufficience, may, though they cannot praise us, as little accuse us.
You pay a great deal too dear for what's given freely.
Believe me, I speak as my understanding instructs me, and as mine honesty puts it to utterance.
Cecilia cannot show himself overkind to Bohemia. They were trained together in their childhoods, and there rooted betwixt them such an affection which cannot choose but branch now, since their more mature dignities and royal necessities made separation of their society. Their encounters, though not personal, have been royally attorneyed with interchange of gifts, letters, loving embassies, that they have seemed to be together, though absent, shook hands as over a vast and embraced, as it were, from the ends of opposed winds. The heavens continue their loves.
I think there is not in the world either malice or matter to alter it. You have an unspeakable comfort of your young prince, Mamilius. It is a gentleman of the greatest promise that ever came into my note.
I very well agree with you in the hopes of him. It is a gallant child, one that indeed physics the subject, makes old hearts fresh. They that went on crutches ere he was born desire yet their life to see him a man.
Would they else be content to die?
Yes, if there were no other excuse why which they desire to live.
If the king had no son, they would desire to live on crutches till he had one.
And that wraps Act 1, Scene 1. Act 1, Scene 2. To Twigs.
Nine changes of the watery star hath been the shepherd's note since we have left our throne without a burden. As time long again would be filled up, my brother, with our thanks, and yet we should, for perpetuity go hence in debt, and therefore like a cipher, yet standing in rich place, I multiply with one, we thank you, many thousands more that go before it.
Stay your thanks a while, and pay them when you part.
Sir, that's tomorrow. I am questioned by my fears of what may chance or breed upon our absence that may blow no sneaking winds at home to make us say, this put forth too truly. Besides, I have stayed to tire your royalty.
We are tougher, brother, than you can put us to it.
No longer stay.
1 7 night longer.
Very sooth, tomorrow.
We'll part the time betweens then, and in that I'll no gainsaying.
Press me not, beseech you. So there is no tongue that moves, none in the world, so soon as yours could win me. So it should now, were there necessity in your request, although 'twere needful I denied it. My affairs do even drag me homeward, which to hinder were in your love to a whip to me, my stay to you a charge and trouble, to save both, farewell our brother.
Tongue-tied, our queen, speak you.
I had thought, sir, to have held my peace until you have drawn oaths from him not to stay. You, sir, charge him too coldly. Tell him you are sure all in Bohemia is well. This satisfaction the bygone day proclaimed. Say this to him. He's beat from his best ward.
Well said, Hermione.
To tell him he longs to see his son, we're strong, but let him say so then, and let him go. But let him swear so, and he shall not stay. We'll thwack him hence with distaff, yet of your royal presence I'll adventure the borrow of a week. When at Bohemia you take my lord, I'll give him my commission to let him there a month behind the jest. Prefix for his parting, yet good deeds, Leontes. I love thee not a jar o'clock behind, what a lady she her lord. You'll stay?
No, madam.
Nay, but will you?
I may not, verily.
Verily? You put me off with limber vows, but I, though you would seek us sphered the star with oaths, should yet say, sir, not going verily. You shall not go. A lady's verily is as potent as a lord's. Will you go yet? Force me to keep you as a prisoner, not like a guest, so you shall pay your fees. When you depart and save your thanks, how say you? My prisoner or my guest? Be your dread, verily. One of them you shall be.
You're a guest, then, madam. To be your prisoner should import offending, which is, for me, less easy to commit than you to punish.
Not your jailer, then, but your kind hostess. Come, I'll question you of my lord's tricks, and yours when you were boys. You were pretty lordlings then.
We were, fair queen. Two lads that thought there was no more behind, but such a day tomorrow as today, and to be boy eternal.
Was not my lord? The ver wago the two?
We were as twinned lambs that did frisk in the sun and bleat the one at the other. What we changed was innocence for innocence. We knew not the doctrine of ill doing, nor dreamed that any did. Had we pursued that life, and our weak spirits ne'er been higher reared with stronger blood, we should have answered heaven boldly, not guilty. The imposition cleared hereditary ours.
By this we gather, you have tripped since.
Oh, my most sacred lady, temptations have since then brought to us, for in those unfledged days was my wife a girl. Your precious self had then not crossed the eyes of my young playfellow.
Grace to boot. Of this make no conclusion, lest you say, your queen and I are devils. Yet go on. The offenses we have made you do will answer. If you first sinned with us, that with us, you did continue fault, and that you slipped not with any but with us.
Is he won yet?
He'll stay, my lord.
At my request he would not. Hermione, my dearest, thou never spokest to better purpose.
Never?
Never but once.
What? Have I twice said well? When was before? I prithee tell me. Crams with praise it makes as fat as tame things. One good deed dying tongueless, slaughters 1,000 waiting upon that. Our praises are our wages. You may rides with one soft kiss 1,000 furlongs air. With spur we beat an acre. But to the goal, my last good deed was to entreat his stay. What was my first? It has an elder sister, or I mistake you. Oh, would her name were Grace? But once before I spoke to the purpose, when? Nay, let me have it long.
Why, that was when 3 crabbed months had soured themselves to death, ere I could make thee open thy white hand and clap thyself my love. Then didst thou utter, I am yours forever.
'Tis grace indeed. Why, lo you now, I have spoke to the purpose twice. The one forever earned a royal husband, the other for some while a friend.
Too hot, too hot. To mingle friendship far is mingling bloods. I have tremor cordis on me, my heart dances, but not for joy. Not joy. This entertainment may a free face put on, derive a liberty from heartiness, from bounty, fertile bosom, and well become the agent, may I grant. But to be paddling palms and pinching fingers as now they are, and making practiced smiles as in a looking glass, and then to sigh as 'twere the more entertainment. My bosom likes not, nor my brows. Mamilius, art thou my boy?
Am I good, lord?
Thanks. Why, that's my ballcock. What has smutched thy nose? They say it is a copy of mine. Come, Captain, we must be neat, not neat, but cleanly, Captain. And yet the steer, the heifer, and the calf are all called neat. Still virginaling upon his palm. How now, you wanton calf? Art thou my calf?
Yes, if you will, my lord.
Thou want'st rough passion, the shoots that I have, to be full like me, yet they say we are almost as like as eggs. Women say so, that will say anything, but were they false, as ore-dyed blacks, as wind, as waters false, as dice are to be wished by one that fixes, no born twixt his and mine, yet were it true to say this boy were like me. Come, Sir Page, look on me with your welkin eyes, sweet villain. Most dearest, my collop, can thy dam, may it be affection, thy intention stabs the center. Thou dost make possible things not so held, communicatest with dreams. How can this be? With what's unreal thou coactive art, and fellowst nothing, then 'tis very credent. Thou mayst cojoin with something, and thou dost, and that beyond commission, and I find it, and that to the infection of my brains and hardening of my brows.
What means Cecilia?
Something seems unsettled.
How, my lord? What cheer is it with you, best brother?
You look as if you held a brow of much distraction. Are you moved, my lord?
No, in good earnest. How sometimes nature will betray its folly, its tenderness, and make itself a pastime to harder bosoms. Looking on the lines of my boy's face, methoughts I did recoil. 23 years, and I saw myself unbreeched in my green velvet coat, my dagger muzzled, lest it should bite its master, and so prove, as ornaments oft do, too dangerous. How like methought I then was to this colonel, this squash, this gentleman. Mine honest friend, will you take eggs for money?
No, my lord, I'll fight.
You will. Why, happy man be's dole. My brother, are you so fond of your young prince as we do seem to be of ours?
If at home, sir, he's all my exercise, my mirth, my manner, now my sworn friend, and then mine enemy, my parasite, my soldier, statesman, all. He makes a July day short as December, and with his varying childness cures in me thoughts that would thick my blood.
So stands this squire, officed with me. We two will walk, my lord, and leave you to your graver steps. Hermione, how thou lovest us, show in our brother's welcome. Let what is dear in Sicily be cheap, next to thyself and my young rover. He's a parent to my heart.
If you would seek us, we are yours in the garden. Shall's attend you there?
To your own bents dispose you, you'll be found. Be you beneath the sky. I am angling now. Though you perceive me not, how I give line. Go to. How she holds up the neb, the bill to him, and arms her with the boldness of a wife to her allowing husband. Gone already, inch thick, knee deep, or head and ears a forked one. Go, play, boy, play. Thy mother plays, and I play too, but so disgraced a part, whose issue will hiss me to my grave. Contempt and clamor will be my knell. Go, play, boy, play. There have been, or I am much deceived, cuckolds ere now, and many a man there is, even at this present, now, while I speak this, holds his wife by the arm, that little thinks she has been sluiced in's absence, and his pond fished by his next neighbor, by Sir Smile his neighbor. Nay, there's comfort in't, whilst other men have gates, and those gates opened, as mine, against their will, should all despair that have revolted wives, the 10th of mankind, would hang themselves. Physic for't there's none. It is a body planet that will strike, where 'tis predominant, and 'tis powerful, think it, from east, west, north, and south. Be it concluded, no barricado for a belly, know it. It will let in and out the enemy with bag and baggage many thousand ons. Have the disease and feel't not. How now, boy?
I'm like you, they say.
Why, that's some comfort. What, Camillo there?
Aye, my good lord.
Go, play, Mamilius. Thou'rt an honest man. Camillo, this great sir will yet stay longer.
You had much ado to make his anchor hold. When you cast out, it still came home.
Didst note it?
He would not stay at your petitions, made his business more material.
Didst perceive it? They're here with me already, whispering, rounding. Cecilia is so far that 'tis far gone when I shall gust at last. How came it, Camillo, that he did stay?
At the good queen's entreaty.
At the queen's, be it good, should be pertinent. But so it is not. Was this taken by any understanding pate but thine? For thy conceit is soaking, will draw in more than the common blocks, not noted is't, but of the finer natures by some severals of headpiece extraordinary, lower messes, perchance are to this business purblind? Say.
Business, my lord. I think most understand Bohemia stays here longer. Stays here longer.
Aye, but why?
To satisfy your highness and the entreaties of our most gracious mistress.
Satisfy? The entreaties of your mistress satisfy? Let that suffice. I have trusted thee, Camillo, with all the nearest things to my heart, as well my chamber counsels, wherein priest-like thou hast cleansed my bosom. I from thee departed, thy penitent reformed. But we have been deceived in thy integrity, deceived in that which seems so.
Be it forbid, my lord.
To bide upon't, thou art not honest, or if thou inclinest that way, thou art a coward, which hawks his honesty behind, restraining from course required, or else thou must be counted a servant grafted in my serious trust, and therein negligent, or else a fool, that seest a game played home, the rich stake drawn, and takest it all for jest?
My gracious lord, I may be negligent, foolish, and fearful. In every one of these no man is free. But that his negligence, his folly, fear among the infinite doings of the world sometimes put forth in your affairs, my lord, if I ever were willful negligent, it was my folly. If industriously I played the fool, it was my negligence, not weighing well the end. If ever fearful to do a thing where I the issue doubted, whereof the execution did cry out against the non-performance, 'twas a fear which oft infects the wisest. These, my lord, are such allowed infirmities that honesty is never free of. But beseech your grace, be plainer with me. Let me know my trespass by its own visage. If I then deny it, 'tis none of mine.
Have you not seen, Camillo? But that's passed out. You have, or your eyeglass is thicker than a cuckold's horn, or heard. For to a vision so apparent, rumor cannot be mute, or thought, for cogitation resides not in that man that does not think. My wife is slippery. If thou wilt confess, or else be impudently negative, to have nor eyes, nor ears, nor thought, then say, my wife's a hobby horse, deserves a name as rank as any flax wench that puts to before her troth plight. Say it and justify it.
I would not be a stander by to hear my sovereign mistress clouded so, without my present vengeance taken. Shrew my heart, you never spoke what did become you less than this, which to reiterate were sin as deep as that, though true.
Is whispering nothing? Is leaning cheek to cheek, is meeting noses, kissing with inside lips, stopping the career of laughing with a sigh, a note infallible of breaking honesty, horsing foot on foot, skulking in corners, wishing clocks more swift, hours, minutes, noon, midnight, and all eyes blind with the pin and web, but theirs only, that would unseen be wicked. Is this nothing? Why then the world and all that's in't is nothing. The covering sky is nothing, Bohemia nothing. My wife is nothing, nor nothing to have these nothings, if this be nothing.
Could my lord be cured of this diseased opinion and betimes, for 'tis most dangerous.
Say it be, 'tis true.
No, my lord.
It is, you lie, you lie. I say thou liest, Camillo, and I hate thee. pronounce thee a gross lout, a mindless slave, or else a hovering temporizer that canst with thine eyes at once see good and evil, inclining to them both. Were my wife's liver infected as her life, she would not live the running of one glass.
Who does infect her?
Why, he that wears her like a medal hanging about his neck, Bohemia, who, if I had servants true about me, that bare eyes to see alike mine honor as their profits, their own particular thrifts, they would do that which should undo more doing. I and thou, his cupbearer, whom I from meaner form have benched and reared to worship, who mayst see plainly as heaven sees earth and earth sees heaven, how I am galled, mightst bespice a cup to give mine enemy a lasting wink, which draught to me were cordial.
Sir, my lord, I could do this and that with no rash potion, be with a lingering dram that should not work maliciously like poison, but I cannot believe this crack to be in my dread mistress, so sovereignly being honorable, I have loved thee.
Take that thy question and go rot. Dost think I am so muddy, so unsettled, to appoint myself in this vexation, sully the purity and whiteness of my sheets, which to preserve is sleep, which being spotted is goats, thorns, nettles, tails of wasps, give scandal to the blood of the prince, my son, who I do think is mine and love as mine, without ripe moving to it, would I do this? Could man so blench?
I must believe you, sir. I do and will fetch off Bohemia Fort, provided that when he is removed, your highness will take again your queen as yours at first, even for your son's sake, and thereby foresealing the injury of tongues in courts and kingdoms known and allied to yours.
Thou dost advise me, even so as mine own course have set down. I'll give no blemish to her honor, none.
My lord. Go then, and with a countenance as clear as friendship wears at feast, keep with Bohemia and with your queen. I am his cupbearer. If from me he have wholesome beverage, account me not your servant.
This is all. Do it, and thou hast the one half of my heart. Do it not, thou splitst thine own.
I'll do it, my lord.
I will seem friendly, as thou hast advised me.
Oh, miserable lady, but for me what case stand I in? I must be the poisoner of good Polixenes, and my ground to do it is the obedience to a master, one who in rebellion with himself will have all that are his so too. To do this deed promotion follows, if I could find example of thousands that had struck anointed kings and flourished after, I'll not do it. But since nor brass nor stone, no parchment bears not one, let villainy itself forswear it. I must forsake the court. To do it or no is certain to me a breakneck. Happy star, reign now. Here comes Bohemia.
This is strange, methinks. My favorite here begins to warp, not speak. Good day, Camillo.
Hail, most royal sir.
What is the news in the court?
None rare, my lord.
The king hath on him such a countenance, as he had lost some province and a region loved as he loved himself. Even now when I met him with customary compliment, when he, wafting his eyes to the contrary and falling a lip of much content, speeds from me and so leaves me to consider what is breeding that changeth thus his manners.
I dare not know, my lord.
How dare not? Do not. Do you know and dare not? Be intelligent to me. 'Tis thereabouts for you, for to yourself, what you do know you must, and cannot say you dare not. Good Camillo, your changed complexions are to me a mirror, which shows me mine changed too, for I must be a party in this alteration, finding myself thus altered with it.
There is a sickness which puts some of us in distemper, but I cannot name the disease, and it is caught of you that yet are well.
How? Caught of me? Make me not sighted like a basilisk. I have looked on thousands who have sped the better by my regard, but killed none so. Camillo, as you are certainly a gentleman, thereto clerk-like experience, which no less adorns our gentry than our parents' noble names, with whose success we are gentle, I beseech you. If you know aught which does behove my knowledge, thereof to be informed, in prison and not in ignorant concealment.
I may not answer.
A sickness caught of me, and yet I well. I must be answered. Dost thou hear, Camillo? I conjure thee by all parts of man which honor does acknowledge, whereof the least is not thus suit of mine, that thou declare what incidency thou dost guess of harm is creeping toward me, how far off, how near, which way to be prevented, if to be, if not, how best to bear it.
Sir, I will tell you, I am charged in honor and by him, that I think honorable, therefore mark my counsel, which must even as swiftly followed as I mean to utter it, or both yourself and me cry lost and so good night.
On, good Camillo.
I am appointed him to murder you.
By whom, Camillo?
By the king.
For what?
He thinks, nay, with all confidence, he swears, as he had seen or been an instrument to vice you taught, that you have touched his queen forbiddenly.
Oh. Then my best blood turn to an infected jelly, and my name be yoked with his that did betray the best. Turn then my freshest reputation to a savior that may strike the dullest nostril where I arrive, and my approach be shunned, nay, hated to, worse than the greatest infection that e'er was here, heard, or read.
Swear his thought over by each particular star in heaven, and by all their influences, you may as well forbid the sea for to obey the moon, as or by oath remove or counsel shake the fabric of his folly, whose foundation is piled upon his faith and will continue the standing of his body.
How should this grow?
I know not, but I am sure 'tis safer to avoid what's grown than question how 'tis born. If therefore you dare trust my honesty, that lies enclosed in this trunk, which you shall bear along in pond, away tonight, your followers I will whisper to the business, and will by twos and threes at several posterns clear them of the city. For myself, I'll put my fortunes to your service, which are here by this discovery lost. Be not uncertain, for by the honor of my parents I have uttered truth, which if you seek to prove, I dare not stand by, nor shall you be safer than one condemned by the king's own mouth therein his execution sworn.
I do believe thee. I saw his heart in his face. Give me thy hand. Be pilot to me, and thy places shall be neighbor to mine. My ships are ready, and my people did expect my hence departure 2 days ago. This jealousy is for a precious creature. As she's rare, it must be great. And as his person's mighty, must it be violent. And as he does conceive, he is dishonored by a man which ever professed to him. Why, his revenges must in that be made more bitter. Fear o'ershades me, good expedition be my friend, and comfort the gracious queen, part of his theme, but nothing of his ill-taken suspicion. Come, Camillo, I will respect thee as a father, if thou bearest my life off hence. Let us avoid.
It is in mine authority to command. The keys of all the posterns, please your highness to take the urgent hour. Come, sir, away.
Bruh. Like, that escalated so quick. Like, hear me out, dude. The king wants you super dead. And he's about to put some funky juice up in your sippy sip. So you best be running, homie. Oh my gosh. Like, it usually takes around act 2 or 3 for us to get to a murder plot. But this King Leontes,
He ain't playing.
He ain't playing no games.
And how appropriate is it that we have the salty ginger playing probably the saltiest king ever?
Oh, it's nice. Like I was saying, like, y'all watching me lose my mind at this king right now, because I feel like I could reach through this screen and slap this fool, because that's how real Salty is making him to me right now.
And can we give Salty some love for being, this is her first time with us, and she is absolutely killing it.
Yep. Ooh. All
Where
right,
have you been?
Loving all our newbies coming and showing us what's up. And you know what? I just kind of hurt for Camilla right now, because Camilla's like, Your Highness, could you calm down, please? If you kill a guy. Okay, I guess I will. Hey, bro, want to have a totally chill drink with me? That's healthy.
The Morty of this show. He is the Morty.
He is the Morty.
Oh, jeez.
Oh gosh. Oh man. Okay. I'm loving it. You guys are bringing light to my evening. So if everyone is down to keep on partying, then let us go to Act 2, Scene 1, to Twigs.
Take the boy to you. He so troubles me. 'Tis past enduring.
Come, my gracious lord, shall I be your playfellow?
No, I'm none of you.
Why, my sweet lord?
You'll kiss me hard and speak to me as if I were still a baby. I love you better.
And why so, my lord?
Not for because your brows are blacker. Yet black brows, they say, become some women best, so that there be not too much hair there, but in a semicircle or a half moon made with a pin.
Who taught you this?
I learned it out of women's faces. Pray now, what color are your eyebrows?
Blue, my lord.
Nay, that's a mock. I've seen a lady's nose that's been blue, but not her eyebrows.
Hark ye, the queen your mother rounds apace. We shall present our services to a fine new prince one of these days, and then you'll wanton with us, if we would have you.
She is spread of late into a goodly bulk. Good time encounter her.
There we go. What wisdom stirs amongst you? Come, sir. Now I am for you again. Pray you. Sit by us and tells a tale.
Merry or sad shalt it be?
As merry as you will.
A sad tale's best for winter. I have one of sprites and goblins.
Let's have that, good sir. Come on, sit down, come on, and do your best to fright me with your sprites and your powerful at it.
There was a man.
Nay, come, sit down, then on.
Dwelt by a churchyard. I will tell it softly. Yond crickets shall not hear it.
Come on then, and give it to mine ear.
Was he met there, his train, Camillo with him?
Behind the tuft of pines I met them. Never saw I men scour so on their way. I eyed them even to their ships.
How blessed am I in my just censure, in my true opinion. Alack for lesser knowledge, how accursed in being so blessed. There may be in the cup a spider steeped, and one may drink, depart, and yet partake no venom, for his knowledge is not infected. But if one present the abhorred ingredient to his eye, make known how he hath drunk, he cracks his gorge, his sides with violent hefts. I have drunk and seen the spider. Camilla was his help in this, his pander. There is a plot against my life, my crown. All's true that is mistrusted. That false villain whom I employed was pre-employed by him. He has discovered my design, and I remain a pinched thing, yea, a very trick for them to play at will. How came the posterns so easily open?
By his authority, which often has no less prevailed than so on your command.
I know it too well. Give me the boy. I am glad you did not nurse him. Though he does bear some signs of me, yet you have too much blood in him.
What is this? Sport?
Bear the boy hence, he shall not come about her. Away with him and let her sport herself. With that she's big, for 'tis Polixenes has made thee swell thus.
But I'd say he had not. And I'll be sworn you would believe me saying. However you lean to the nay word.
You, my lords, look on her, mark her well, be but about to say she is a good lady, and the justice of your hearts will there to add, 'tis pity she's not honest, honorable. Praise her, but for this her without door form, which on my faith deserves high speech and straight the shrug, the hum or ha, these petty brands that calumny doth use. I am out. That mercy does, for calumny will sear virtue itself. These shrugs, these hums and ha's, when you have said she's goodly, come between, ere you can say she's honest. But be it known, from him that has most cause to grieve, it should be, she's an adulteress.
Should a villain say so? The most replenished villain in the world. He were as much more villain. You, my lord, do but mistake.
You have mistook, my lady. Polixenes for Leontes, oh thou thing, which I'll not call a creature of thy place, lest barbarism, making me the precedent, should a like language use to all degrees, and mannerly distinguishment leave out betwixt the prince and beggar. I have said she's an adulteress. I have said with whom. More, she's a traitor, and Camillo is a fettery with her, and one that knows what she should shame to know herself. But with her most vile principle that she's a bed swerver, even as bad as those that vulgars give bold titles, aye, and privy to this their late escape.
No, by my life, privy to none of this. How will this grieve you when you shall come to clearer knowledge that you thus have published me? Gentle, my lord, you scarce can write me thoroughly than to say you did mistake.
No, if I mistake in those foundations which I build upon, the center is not big enough to bear a schoolboy's top. Away with her to prison. He who shall speak for her is a far off guilty, but that he speaks.
There's some ill planet reigns. I must be patient till the heavens look with an aspect more favorably. Good, my lords, I am not prone to weeping as our sex commonly are, the want of which vain Drew perchance shall dry your pities, but I have that honorable grief lodged here with burns, worse than tears down. Beseech you all, my lords, with thoughts so qualified as your charity shall best instruct you. Measure me, and so the king will be performed.
Shall I be heard?
Whose that goes with me? Beseech your highness. My women may be with me, for you see, my plight requires it. Do not weep, good fools. There is no cause, when you shall know your mistress has deserved prison, than abound in tears. As I come out, this action I now go on is for my better grace. Adieu, my lord. I never wish to see you sorry. Now I trust I shall. My women, come, you have leave.
Go do our bidding hence.
beseech your highness, call the queen again.
Be certain that you do, sir, lest your justice prove violence, in the which 3 great ones suffer, yourself, your queen, your son.
For her, my lord, I dare my life lay down and will do it, sir. Please, you two accept it that the queen is spotless, I the eyes of heaven, and to you, I mean in this which you accuse her.
If it proves she's otherwise, I'll keep my stables where I lodge my wife. I'll go in couples with her, then when I feel and see her no farther trust her. For every inch of woman in this world, every dram of woman's flesh is false if she be.
Hold your pieces.
Good my lord.
It is for you we speak, not for ourselves. You are abused, and by some putteron that will be damned for it, would I knew the villain I would land, damn him. By she honor flawed, I have 3 daughters. The eldest is 11, the second and third 9, and some 5. If this prove true, they'll pay for it. By mine honor, I'll geld them all. 14 they shall not see to bring false generations. They are co-heirs, and I'd rather glad myself than they should not produce fair issue.
Cease no more. You smell this business with a sense as cold as is a dead man's nose, but I do see it and feel it as you feel doing thus, and see with all the instruments that feel.
If it be so, we need no grave to bury honesty. There's not a grain of it the face to sweeten of the whole dungy earth.
What? Lack I credit?
I had rather you did lack than I, my lord. Upon this ground, and more it would content me to have her honor true than your suspicion, be blamed for how you might.
Why need we commune with you of this, but rather follow our forceful instigation? Our prerogative calls not your counsels, but our natural goodness imparts this, which if you or stupefied or seeming so in skill cannot or will not relish a truth like us, inform yourselves. We need no more of your advice. The matter, the loss, the gain, the ordering on't is all properly ours.
And I wish, my liege, you had only in your silent judgment tried it, without more overture.
How could that be? Either thou art most ignorant by age, or thou wert born a fool. Camillo's flight added to their familiarity, which was as gross as ever touched conjecture, that lacked sight only, not for approbation, but only seeing all other circumstances made up to the deed, doth push on this proceeding. Yet for a greater confirmation, for in an act of this importance, 'twere most piteous to be wild, I have dispatched in post to sacred Delphus, to Apollo's temple, Cleomenes and Dion, whom you know of stuffed sufficiency. Now from the oracle, they will bring all whose spiritual counsel shall stop or spur me. Have I done well?
Well done, my lord.
Though I am satisfied and need no more than what I know, yet shall the oracle give rest to the minds of others, such as he whose ignorant credulity will not come up to the truth. So have we thought it good. From our free person she should be confined, lest that the treachery of the 2 fled hence be left her to perform. Come, follow us. We are to speak in public, for this business will raise us all.
To laughter, as I take it, if the good truth were known.
Okay, I guess there's nothing else to do but go on to Act 2, Scene 2 then. To Twigs.
The keeper of the prison, call him to me. Let him have knowledge who I am. Good lady, no court in Europe is too good for thee. What dost thou then in prison? Now, good sir, you know me, do you not?
For a worthy lady, and one whom I much honor.
Pray you then, conduct me to the queen.
I may not, madam. To the contrary, I have express commandment.
Here's a do. To lock up honesty and honor from the access of gentle visitors. Is't lawful, pray you, to see her women, any of them, Emilia?
So please you, madam, to put apart these your attendants, I shall bring Emilia forth.
I pray now call her. Withdraw yourselves.
And, madam, I must be present at your conference.
Well, be't so, prithee. Here's such ado to make no stain a stain as passes colouring. Dear gentlewoman, how fares our gracious lady?
As well as one so great and so forlorn may hold together. On her frights and griefs, which never tender lady hath borne greater, she is something before her time delivered.
A boy?
A daughter, and a goodly babe, lusty and like to live. The queen receives much comfort in it, says, my poor prisoner, I am innocent as you.
I dare be sworn, these dangerous, unsafe loons of the king beshrew them. He must be told on it, and he shall. The office becomes a woman best, I'll take it upon me. If I prove honey-mouthed, let my tongue blister, and never to my red-looked anger be the trumpet any more. Pray you, Amelia, commend my best obedience to the queen. If she dares trust me with her little babe, I'll show the king and undertake to be her advocate the loudest. We do not know how he may soften at the sight of the child. The silence often of pure innocence persuades when speaking fails.
Most worthy madam, your honor and your goodness is so evident that your free undertaking cannot miss a thriving issue. There is no lady living so meet for this great errand. Please your ladyship to visit the next room. I'll presently acquaint the queen of your most noble offer, who but today hammered of this design, but durst not tempt a minister of honor, lest she be denied.
Tell her, Amelia, I'll use that tongue I have. If wit flowed from as boldness from my bosom, let it not be doubted, I shall do good.
Now be you blessed for it. I'll to the queen. Please you, come something nearer.
Madam,
if it please the queen to send the babe, I know not what I shall incur to pass it, having no warrant.
Oh, you need not fear it, sir. This child was prisoner to the womb, and is by law and process of great nature thence freed from enfranchisement. Not a party to the anger of the king, nor guilty of, if any be, the trespass of the queen.
I do believe it.
Do not you fear. Upon mine honor, I will stand betwixt you and danger.
All right, got so wrapped up, I just didn't realize we were at the end of the scene. That like Paulina just did like a Jedi mind trick on the jailer. This is not the child you're looking for. This isn't the child I'm looking for. Okay, you're right. All right, so on we go to Act 2, Scene 3, to Twigs.
Twigs.
Nor night, nor day, no rest. It is but weakness to bear the matter thus, mere weakness. If the cause were not in being part of the cause, she the adulteress, for the harlot king is quite beyond mine arm, out of the blank and level of my brain, plot proof. But she, I can hook to me, say that she were gone, given to the fire, a moiety of my rest might come to me again. Who's there?
My lord.
How does the boy?
He took good rest tonight. 'Tis hoped his sickness is discharged.
To see his nobleness, conceiving the dishonor of his mother, he straight declined, drooped, took it deeply, fastened and fixed the shame on't in himself, threw off his spirit, his appetite, his sleep, and downright languished. Leave me solely, go. See how he fares. Fie, no thought of him. The thought of my revenge is that way. Recoil upon me, in himself too mighty, and in his parties, his alliance, let him be, until the time may serve. For present vengeance, take it on her. Camillo and Polixenes laugh at me, make their pastime at my sorrow. They should not laugh if I could reach them, nor shall she within my power.
You must not enter.
You must.
Ay, rather, good my lords, be second to me. Fear you his tyrannous passion more, alas, than the queen's life? A gracious, innocent soul, more free than he is jealous.
That's enough.
Madam, he hath not slept tonight. Commanded none should come at him.
Not so hot, good sir. I come to bring him sleep. 'Tis such as you that creep like shadows by him, and do sigh at each of his needless heavings, such as you nourish the cause of his awakening. I do come with words as medicinal as true, honest as ether, to purge him of that humor that presses him from sleep.
What noise there, ho?
No noise, my lord, but needful conference about some gossips for your highness.
Away with that audacious lady, Antigonus. I charged thee that she should not come about me. I knew she would.
I told her so, my lord, on your displeasure's peril and on mine. She should not visit you.
What, canst not rule her?
From all dishonesty he can. In this, unless he takes the course that you have done, commit me for committing honor, trust it, he shall not rule me.
La you now, you hear. When she will take the rein, I let her run, but she'll not stumble.
Good, my liege, I come, and I beseech you, hear me, who profess myself your loyal servant, your physician, your most obedient counselor, yet dare less appear so in comforting your evils than such as most seems yours. I say I come for your good queen.
Good queen.
Good queen, my lord, good queen. I say good queen, and she would by combat, and would by combat make her good, so were I a man, the worst about you.
Force her hence.
Let him that makes but trifles of his eyes first hand me. On my own I'll accord off, but first I'll do my errand. The good queen, for she is good, hath brought you forth a daughter. Here 'tis, commends it to your blessing.
Out! A mankind witch, hence with her, out of the door, a most intelligencing bawd.
Not so. I am as ignorant in that as you in so entitling me, and no less honest than you are mad, which is enough, I'll warrant, as this world goes, to pass for honest.
Traitors, will you not push her out? Give her the bastard. Thou dotard, thou art woman-tired, unroosted by thy Dame Partlet here. Take up the bastard. Take it up, I say. Give it to thy crone.
Forever unvenerable be thy hands, if thou takest up this princess by that forced baseness which thou hast put upon it.
He dreads his wife.
So I would you did. Then 'twere past all doubt you'd call your children yours.
A nest of traitors.
I am none by this good light.
Nor I, nor anyone that's here, and that's himself. For he the sacred honor of himself, his queen, his hopeful sons, his babes, betrays to slander, whose sting is sharper than the swords, and will not. For as the case now stands, it is a curse. He cannot be compelled to it. Once removed, the root of his opinion, which is rotted as ever oak or stone was sound.
Callet, of boundless tongue, who late hath beat her husband, and now baits me, this brat is none of mine. It is the issue of Polixenes. Hence with it, and together with the dam, commit them to the fire.
It is yours. And might we lay the old proverb to your charge, so like you 'tis the worse? Behold, my lords, although the print be little, the whole matter and copy of the father, eye, nose, lip, the trick of the frown, his forehead, nay, the valley, the pretty dimples on his chin and cheek, his smiles, the very mold and frame of hand, nail, finger, and thou, good goddess nature, which hath made it so like to him that got it. If thou hast the ordering of the mind to, mongst all the colors, not yellow in't, let she suspect, as he does, her children, not her husband's.
Gross hag, and Losel, thou art worthy to be hanged, that wilt not stay her tongue.
Hang all the husbands that cannot do that feat, you'll leave yourself hardly one subject.
Once more take her hence.
A most unworthy and unnatural lord can do no more.
I'll have thee burnt.
I care not. 'Tis a heretic that makes the fire, not she which burns in it. I'll not call you tyrant, but this most cruel usage of your queen, not able to produce more accusation than your own weak-hinged fancy, something savors of tyranny, and will ignoble make you, yea, scandalous to the world.
On your allegiance, out of the chamber with her. Were I a tyrant? Where were her life? She durst not call me so, if she did know me one. Away with her.
I pray you, do not punish me. I'll be gone. Look to your babe, my lord. 'Tis yours. Love sent her, and a better guiding spirit. What need these hands? You that are thus so tender o'er his follies will never do him good, not one of you. So farewell. We are gone.
Thou traitor hast set on thy wife to this. My child, away with't, even thou that hast a heart so tender o'er it, take it hence, and see it instantly consumed with fire. Even thou, and none but thou, take it up straight. Within this hour bring me word 'tis done, and by good testimony, or I'll seize thy life, with what thou else call'st thine. If thou refuse, and wilt encounter with my wrath, say so. The bastard brains with these my proper hands shall I dash out. Go, take it to the fire, for thou set'st on thy wife.
I did not, sir. These lords, my noble fellows, if they please, can clear me in it.
We can, my royal liege. He's not guilty of her coming hither.
You're liars all.
Beseech your highness, give us better credit. We have always truly served you, and beseech you so to esteem us, and on our knees we beg, as recompense of our dear services, past and to come, that you do change this purpose, which being so horrible, so bloody, must lead on to some foul issue. We all kneel.
I am a feather for each wind that blows. Shall I live on to see this bastard kneel and call me father? Better burn it now than curse it then. But be it. Let it live. It shall not neither. You, sir, come you hither. You that had been so tenderly officious with Lady Marjorie, your midwife there, to save this bastard's life, for 'tis a bastard, so sure as this beard's grey. What will you adventure to save this brat's life?
Anything, my lord, that my ability may undergo and nobleness impose. At least thus much. I'll pawn the little blood which I have left to save the innocent. Anything possible.
It shall be possible. Swear by this sword thou wilt perform my bidding.
I will, my lord.
Mark and perform it. Seest thou, for the fail of any point in't shall not only be death to thyself, but to thy lewd-tongued wife, whom for this time we pardon. We enjoin thee, as thou art liege man to us, that thou carry this female bastard hence, and that thou bear it to some remote and desert place quite out of our dominions, and that there thou leave it, without more mercy, to its own protection and favor of the climate. As by strange fortune it came to us, I do in justice charge thee on thy soul's peril and thy body's torture, that thou commend it strangely to some place where chance may nurse or end it. Take it up.
I swear to do this, though present death had been more merciful. Come on, poor babe. Some powerful spirit instruct the kites and ravens to be thy nurses. Wolves and bears, they say, casting their savageness aside, have done like offices of pity. Sir, be prosperous in more than this deed does require. In blessing against this cruelty, fight on thy side, poor thing condemned to loss.
No, I'll not rear another's issue.
Please, your highness. Posts from those you sent to the oracle are come an hour since. Cleomenes and Dion, being well arrived from Delphos, are both landed, hastening to the court.
So please you, sir, their speed hath been beyond account.
23 days they have been absent. 'Tis good speed foretells The great Apollo suddenly will have the truth of this appear. Prepare, you lords. Summon a session, that we may arraign our most disloyal lady, for as she hath been publicly accused, so shall she have a just and open trial. While she lives, my heart will be a burthen to me. Leave me, and think upon my bidding.
Bro, this play gets hot. Like, that was some, like, Law and Order courtroom drama kind of stuff right there, but better. Ugh.
Like Maury, but not quite a train wreck.
It was pretty train wrecky.
Oh, it was pretty train wrecky.
Yeah.
Not yet.
But I'm liking like all like Hermione had all her real ones show up to court that day.
Yeah.
And so like cause Antigonus, man, he's a real one. Paulina, she's a real one. Like the fact that all these folks are just standing up to this king. I was living for the court right here in this scene.
My favorite part in this scene is when Paulina's just and Antigonus is like, Leontes says, get a hold of your wife. He's like, dude, there is no getting a hold of your wife. If you sentence every guy for not getting a hold of his wife, you're not going to have any guys to rule.
You tell her. Who gonna tell her? Not me.
I ain't telling her.
I'm not old
But
enough.
also, by the way, you are the father. Just to let you know. You
Yeah.
are the
Personally, I love, I'm going to burn you. Bring it.
Yeah, we do need like more to just jump in at the last part of that and just be like, oh, and by the way, you are the father.
Maury is actually an oracle in this setting.
We're about to hear the representatives who brought the card totally across the studio.
Oh man, when we
Oracle. Can we combine this?
Oracle.
The Moracle.
Moracle.
You are the father.
Oh man. Well, guys, that wraps Act 2 for us, and this is where we take our intermission for the evening. So, cast, audience, please go refresh. We'll run a digital playbill in case you wanted to see any little bit more information about our lovely and oh my gosh, so talented performers tonight. Because you guys, I say it every week. Or well, every other week that we did the show. I say it every time we show this thing, but like you guys destroy it, and I'm always blown away. You think we would get used to it by now, but we don't.
We never do.
But you guys just completely destroy everything you guys do. So for the next Oracle, are you with us? Because we have our own Oracle.
I am here.
Okay, Oracle, you want to give us a comeback time?
Yeah, it's about 8:15, so we'll take a 20-minute break, and that puts us back at 8:35 Eastern time, if I did my math correctly. Yep.
If you want to take this opportunity during our intermission to go and donate to the American Diabetes Association in Twigs's honor, please do so. Any gift will help.
Shall we raise a glass before intermission?
Let's raise one more to Twigs.
To Twigs.
And welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone has refreshed and is ready to see how this drama plays out, because we know that this king has messed it up every way he can mess it up. And we'll see if the good people of the land can calm down this dragon of a tyrant. So, if everyone is ready to get back to the drama and the shenaniganery that we definitely have in store, then let us away to Act 3, Scene 1, to Twigs.
The climate's delicate, the air most sweet, fertile the isle, the temple much surpassing, the common praise it bears.
I shall report, for most it caught me the celestial habits, methinks I so should term them, in the reverence of the grave wearers. Oh, the sacrifice! How ceremonious, solemn, and unearthly it was in the offering.
But of all, the burst. I'm sorry, and then Finn's reaction did not help. But all the burst and the ear-deafening voice, oh, the oracle, kin to Jove's thunder, so surprised by sense that I was nothing.
If the event or the journey prove as successful to the queen, oh, be it so, as it hath been to us rare, pleasant, speedy, the time is worth the use on it.
Great Apollo, turn all to the best. These proclamations so forcing faults upon Hermione, I little like.
The violent carriage of it will clear or end the business. When the oracle thus by Apollo's great divine sealed up, shall the contents discover something rare, even then will rush to knowledge. Go, fresh horses, and gracious be the issue.
I think that's the scene we call a meanwhile. On we go. Act 3, Scene 2, to Twigs.
This sessions, to our great grief we pronounce, even pushes against our heart. The party tried, the daughter of a king, our wife, and one of us too much beloved. Let us be cleared of being tyrannous, since we so openly proceed in justice, which shall have due course, even to the guilt or the purgation. Produce the prisoner.
It is His Highness's pleasure that the Queen appear in person here in court. Silence!
Read the indictment.
Hermione, Queen to the worthy Leonidas, King of Scylla, thou art here accused and arraigned of high treason in committing adultery with Polixenes, King of Bohemia, in conspiring with Camillo to take away the life of our sovereign lord the king, the royal husband. The pretense whereof being of circumstances partly laid open, thou, Hermione, contrary to the faith and allegiance of a true subject, didst counsel and aid them for their better safety to fly away by night.
Since what I am to say must be but that which contradicts my accusation, and the testimony on my part no other but what comes from myself, it shall scarce boot me to say not guilty. Mine integrity being counted falsehood shall, as I express it, be so received. But thus, if powers divine behold our humans' actions as they do, I doubt not then but innocence shall make false accusation blush, and tyranny tremble at patience. You, my lord, best know, who least will seem to do so, my past life hath been as continent, as chaste, as true as I am now unhappy, which is more than history can pattern, though devised and played to take spectators. For behold me, a fellow of the royal bed, which a moiety of the throne, a great king's daughter, the mother to a hopeful prince, here standing to prate and talk for life and honor, for who pleased to come and hear. For life I praise it, as I weigh grief which I would spare for honor. 'Tis a derivement from me to mine, and only that I stand for. I appeal to your own conscience, sir, before Polyneices come to your court. How was I in your grace? How merited to be so, since he came with what encounter so incurrent I have strained to appear thus. If one jot beyond the bound of honor, or an act or will that way inclining, harden be the hearts of all that hear me, and my nearest of kin cry fie upon my grave.
I ne'er heard yet that any of these bolder vices wanted less impudence to gainsay what they did than to perform it first.
That's true enough, though 'tis a saying, sir, not due to me.
You will not own it.
More than mistress of, which comes to me in name of fault. I must not at all acknowledge, for Polonices with whom I am accursed, I do confess I loved him as an honor he required, with such a kind of love as might become a lady like me, with a love even such so and no other as yourself commanded, which not to have done I think had been me but disobedience and ingratitude to you and toward your friend, whose love had spoke even since it could speak from an infant, freely that it was yours, now for conspiracy. I know not how it tastes, though it be dished for me to try how. All I know of it is that Camillo was an honest man, and why he left your court the gods themselves, wotting no more than I, are ignorant.
You knew of his departure, as you know what you have undertaken to do in his absence.
Sir, you speak a language that I understand not. My life stands in the level of your dreams, which I'll lay down.
Your actions are my dreams. You had a bastard by Polixenes, and I but dreamed it, as you were past all shame. Those of your fact are so past all truth, which to deny concerns more than avails, for as thy brat hath been cast out like to itself, no father owning it, which is indeed more criminal in thee than it, so thou shalt feel our justice, in whose easiest passage look for no less than death.
Sir, spare your threats. The bug which you would fright me with I seek. To me can life be no commodity. The crown and comfort of my life, your favor I do give lost, for I do feel it gone, but know not how it went. My second joy, the first fruits of my body from his presence, I am barred, like one infectious. My third comfort, starred most unlikely, is from my breast. The innocent milk in its most innocent mouth, haled out to murder myself on every post, proclaimed a strumpet with immodest hatred, the childbed privilege denied, which longs to women of all fashion. I astly hurried here to this place, I the open air, before I have got strength of limit. Now, my liege, tell me what blessings I have here alive, that I should fear to die. Therefore proceed, but yet hear this, mistake me not. No life I prize, it would not a straw, but for mine honor, which I would free if I shall be condemned upon surmises. All proofs sleeping else but what your jealousies awake. I tell you, 'tis rigor and not law. Your honors all, I do refer me to the oracle. Apollo be my judge.
This your request is altogether just. Therefore bring forth, and in Apollo's name, his oracle.
The Emperor of Russia was my father. Oh, that he were alive and here beholding his daughter's trial, that he did not see the flatness of my misery, yet with eyes of pity, not revenge.
You here shall swear upon this sword of justice, that you, Cleomenes and Dion, have both been at Delphos, and from thence have brought the sealed upon oracle by the hand delivered of great Apollo priest, and that, since then, you have not dared break the holy seal, nor read the secrets in't.
All this we swear.
Break up the seals and read.
Hermione is chaste, Polixenes blameless, Camillo a true subject, Leonites a jealous tyrant, his innocent babe truly begotten, and the king shall live without an heir, if that which is lost be not found.
Now blessed be the great Apollo.
Praised.
Hast thou read truth?
Aye, my lord, even so, as it is here set down.
There is no truth at all i' the oracle. The sessions shall proceed. This is mere falsehood.
My lord, the king, the king!
What is the business?
Oh, sir, I shall be hated to report it. The prince, your son, with mere conceit and fear of the queen's speed, is gone.
How? Gone?
Is dead, don't you know?
Apollo's angry, and the heavens themselves do strike at my injustice. How now there?
Goblin darling, you're muted.
This news is mortal to the queen. Look down and see what death is doing.
Take her hence. Her heart is but o'ercharged. She will recover. I have too much believed mine own suspicion. Beseech you tenderly apply to her some remedies for life. Apollo, pardon my great profaneness against thine oracle. I'll reconcile me to Polixenes. New woo my queen, recall the good Camillo, whom I proclaim a man of truth, of mercy, for being transported by my jealousies to bloody thoughts and to revenge. I chose Camillo for the minister to poison my friend Polixenes, which had been done, but that the good mind of Camillo tardied my swift command, though I with death and with reward did threaten and encourage him. Not doing't and being done, he most humane and filled with honor to my kingly guest, unclasped my practice, quit his fortunes here, which you knew great, and to the hazard of all uncertainties himself commended, no richer than his honor, how he glisters, thorough my rust, and how his pity does my deeds make the blacker.
Woe a while. Oh, cut my lace, lest my heart cracking it break too.
What fit is this, good lady?
Oh, what studied torments, tyrant, hast for me? What wheels, racks, fires? What flaying, boiling, in leads or oils? What old or new torture must I receive, whose every word deserves to taste of thy most worst? Thy tyranny together works with thy jealousies, fancies too weak for boys, too green and idle for girls of 9. Oh, think what they have done, and then run mad indeed, stark mad. For all thy bygone fooleries were but spices of it. That thou betrayest Polixenes was nothing, that thou did but show thee of a fool, inconsistent and damnable and grateful. Nor was it much thou wouldst have poisoned good Camillo's honor to have him kill a king. Poor trespasses, more monstrous standing by. Whereof I reckon the casting forth to crows thy baby daughter to be of or none of little, though a devil would have shed water out of fire ere dunt. Nor is directly laid to thee the death of the young prince, whose honors and thoughts high for one so tender, cleft the heart that could conceive a gross and foolish sire, blemish'd his gracious dam. This is not, no, laid to thy answer, but the last, O lords. When I have said, cry woe, the queen, the sweetest, dearest creature's dead, and vengeance for it's now dropped down yet.
By your powers forbid.
I say she's dead, I swear it. If word nor oath prevail not, go and see. If you can bring tincture or luster to her lip, her eye, heat outwardly or breathe within, I'll serve you as I would do the gods. But, oh, thou tyrant, do not repent these things, for they are heavier than all thy woes can stir. Therefore, betake thee to nothing but despair. 1,000 knees, 10,000 years together, naked, fasting upon barren terrain, and still winter and storm perpetual could not move the gods to look that way thou wert.
On, go on. Thou canst not speak too much. I have deserved all tongues to talk their bitterest.
Say no more. However the business goes, you have made fault I the boldness of your speech.
I am sorry for't. All faults I make when I shall come to know them, I do repent. Alas, I have showed too much the rashness of a woman. He is touched to the noble heart. What's gone and what's past help should be past grief. Do not receive affliction at my petition. I beseech you rather, let me be punished that have minded you of what you should forget. Now, good my liege, sir, royal sir, forgive a foolish woman. The love I bore your queen, lo, fool again. I'll speak of her no more, nor of your children. I'll not remember you of mine own lord, who is lost too. Take your patience to you, and I'll say nothing.
Thou didst speak but well, when most the truth, which I receive much better than to be pitied of thee. Prithee, bring me to the dead bodies of my queen and son. One grave shall be for both, upon them shall the causes of their death appear, unto our shame perpetual. Once a day I'll visit the chapel where they lie, and tears shed there shall be my recreation, so long as nature will bear up with this exercise, so long I daily vow to use it. Come and lead me unto these sorrows.
Well, that happened. Act 3, Scene 3, to Twigs.
To Twigs.
Thou art perfect, then. Our ship hath touched upon the deserts of Bohemia.
Aye, my lord, in fear. We have landed in ill time. The skies look grimly and threaten present blusters. In my conscience, the heavens that we have in hand are angry and frowned upon us.
Their sacred wills be done. Go, get aboard. Look to thy bark. I'll not be long before I call upon thee.
Make your best haste, and go not too far into the land. 'Tis like to be loud weather. Besides, this place is famous for creatures of prey that keep upon it.
Go thou away. I'll follow instantly.
I am glad at heart to be so rid of this business.
Come, poor babe. I've heard, but not believed, the spirits of the dead may walk again. If such thing be, thy mother appeared to me last night, for ne'er was a dream so like waking. To me comes a creature, sometimes her head on one side, some another. I never saw a vessel of like sorrow, so filled and so becoming. In pure white robes, like very sanctity, she did approach my cabin where I lay, thrice bowed before me, and gasping to begin some speech, her eyes became to spout. The fury spent, anon did this break from her. Good Antigonus, since fate against thy better disposition hath made thy person for the thrower out of my poor babe, according to thine oath, places remote enough are in Bohemia. There weep, and leave it crying. And for the babe is counted lost forever, perdita, I prithee call it. For this ungentle business put on thee by my lord, thou no shalt see thy wife Paulina more. And so, with shrieks, she melted into air. Frightened much, I did in time collect myself, and thought this was so, and no slumber. Dreams are toys, yet for this once, yea, superstitiously, I will be squared by this. I do believe Hermione hath suffered death, and that Apollo would, this being indeed the issue of King Polixenes, it should here be laid, either for life or death, upon the earth of its right father. Blossom, speed thee well. There lie, and there thy character. There these, which may, if fortune please, both breed thee, pretty, and still rest thine. The storm begins. Poor wretch, that for thy mother's fault art thus exposed to loss in what may follow. Weep I cannot, but my heart bleeds. And most accursed am I to be by oath enjoined to this. Farewell. The day frowns more and more. I would like to have a lullaby too rough. I never saw the heavens so dim by day. A savage clamor. Well, may I get aboard? This is the chase. I'm gone forever.
Exit, pursued by a bear. Oh my God. Oh, that was best. That was.
I would there were no age between 16 and 23, or that youth would sleep out the rest. For there is nothing in the between but getting wenches with child, wronging the ancientry, stealing, fighting. Hearken now. Would any but these boiled brains of 19 and 22 hunt this weather? They have scared away 2 of my best sheep, for which I fear the wolf will sooner find than the master. If anywhere I have him, 'tis by the seaside browsing of ivy. Good luck, and it be thy will. What have we here? Mercy on us, a bairn, a very pretty bairn. A boy or a child, I wonder. A pretty one, a very pretty one, sure, some scape, though I'm not bookish, yet I can read waiting gentlewoman in the scape. This has been some stair work, some trunk work, some behind door work. They were warmer that got this than the poor thing is here. I'll take it up for pity. Yet I'll tarry till my son come. He hallooed, but even now. Whoa, ho, hoa!
Hello, hello.
What art there so near? If thou'lt see a thing to talk on when thou'rt dead and rotten, come hither. What ails thou, man?
I have seen 2 such sights by sea and by land, but I am not to say it is a sea, for it is now the sky. Betwixt the firmament and it you cannot thrust a bodkin's point.
Why, boy, how is it?
I would you did but see how it chafes, how it rages, how it takes up the shore. But that's not the point. Oh, the most piteous cry of the poor souls, sometimes to see 'em, and not to see 'em, now the ship boring the moon, and with her main mast and anon swallowed with yest and froth, as you'd thrust a cork into a hogshead. And then for the land service, to see how the bear tore out his shoulder bone, how he cried for me for help and said his name was Antigonus, a nobleman. But to make an end of the ship, to see how the sea flap-dragoned it. But first, how the poor souls roared, and the sea mocked them, and how the poor gentleman roared, and the bear mocked him, but roaring louder than the sea or weather.
Name of mercy! When was this, boy?
Now. I have not winked since I saw these sights, but men are not yet cold under water, nor the bear half dined on the gentleman. He's at it now.
Oh, would I have been by to have helped the old man?
I would you have been by the ship's side to have helped her. There your charity would have lacked footing.
Heavy matters, but look thee here, boy. Now, bless thyself. Thou mettest with things dying, I with things newborn. Here's a sight for thee. Look thee, a bearing cloth for a squire's child. Look thee here, take up, boy, open it. So let's see. It was told me I should be rich by the fairies. This is some changeling. Open it. What's within, boy?
You're an old man. If the sins of your youth are forgiven you, you will well to live. Gold, all gold.
This is fairy gold, boy, and 'twill prove so. Up with it. Keep it close. Home, the next way. We are lucky, boy, and to be so still requires nothing but secrecy. Let my sheep go. Come, good boy, the next way home.
Go you the next way with your findings. I'll go see if the bear be gone from the gentleman and how much he hath eaten. They are never cursed, but they that are hungry. If there be any of him left, I'll bury it.
That's a good deed. If thou mayest discern that by that which is left of him what he is, fetch me to the sight of him.
Marry, I will. And you shall help to put him in the ground.
'Tis a lucky day, boy, and we'll do good deeds on it.
Y'all wanted some comedy after all that tension, and the bard doth provide. I really do feel like it's one of those, can we show a bear attack on stage? It's not in the budget, Will. All right, I'm going to have a shepherd and a clown describe this bear fight. Man, look at that guy fighting. That's crazy, right? Man, that's impressive. Sure pity anyone who's missing out on this.
You gotta see this ursine violence.
He's competing with bear fights. There are bear fights across
the
right. globe. He's competing with that right now.
This is another jab at his entertainment competition right here. Don't go see those bear fights. I'll have a guy get killed by a bear.
Dub bears.
Off stage, but we promise it's happening. We're going to have a shepherd and clown talk about it. Y'all like shepherds and clowns, right? All right. Okay, well, at least we broke the king. Like, can we have like some snaps for how that king breakdown happened? I was loving it. Okay. But now it's time to try to find some turning point in this plot. Let's see if time itself can put us on something like the right track. So, everybody, let's head to Act 4, Scene 1. To Twigs.
I, that please some, try all, both joy and terror, of good and bad that makes unfolds error. Now take upon me in the name of time, to use my wings impute it not a crime. To me or my swift passage that I slide o'er 16 years and leave the growth untried of that wide gap, since it is in my power to overthrow law, and in one self-born hour to plant and o'erwhelm custom. Let me pass the same I am, ere ancientest order was or what is now received. I witness to the times that brought them in, so shall I do the freshest things now reigning, and make stale the glistering of the present, as my tale now seems to it. Your patience disallowing, I turn my glass and give my scene such growing as you had swept between Leontis leaving. The effects of his fond jealousies so grieving that he shuts up himself, imagine me, gentle specters, that I now may be in fair Bohemia and remember well. I mentioned a son, O the kings, which Florizel I named to you. And with speed so paced to speak of Perdita, now grown in grace equal with wondering, what of her ensues I list not prophecy, but let time's news be known when 'tis brought forth. A shepherd's daughter, and what to her adheres, which follows after, is the argument of time. Of this allow, if ever you have spent time worse ere now, if never yet that time himself doth say, he wishes earnestly you never may.
Amazing. Just love it. There's no better way to say 16 years later than that right there. Whew. Okay. Let's go for Act 4, Scene 2. To Twigs.
I pray thee, good Camillo, be no more importunate. 'Tis a sickness denying thee anything, a death to grant this.
It is 15 years since I saw my country. Though I have for the most part been erred abroad, I desire to lay my bones there. Besides, the penitent king my master hath sent for me, to whose feeling sorrows I might be some allay, or I, or Wayne, to think so, which is another spur to my departure.
As thou lovest me, Camillo, wipe not out the rest of thy services by leaving me now. The need I have of thee, thine own goodness hath made. Better not to have had thee than thus to want thee. Thou, having made me business which none without thee can sufficiently manage, must either stay to execute them thyself, or take away with thee the very services thou hast done, which, if I had not enough considered, as too much I cannot, to be more thankful to thee shall be my study, and my profit therein the heaping friendships. Of that faithful country Sicilia, prithee speak no more, whose very naming punishes me with the remembrance of that penitent, as thou callest him, the right and reconciled king, my brother, whose loss of his most precious queen and children are even now to be afresh lamented. Say to me, when sawest thou the Prince Florizel, my son? Kings are no less unhappy, their issue not being gracious, than they are in losing them when they have approved their virtues.
Sir, it is 3 days since I saw the prince. What his happier affairs may be are to me unknown, but I have missingly noted he is of late much retired from court and is less frequently to his princely exercises than formerly he hath appeared.
I have considered so much, Camillo, and with some care, so far that I have eyes under my service, which look upon him removedness, from whom I have this intelligence, that he is seldom from the house of a most homely shepherd, a man, they say, that from very nothing and beyond the imagination of his neighbors is grown to an unspeakable estate.
I have heard, sir, of such a man who hath a daughter of most rare note. The report of her is extended more than can be thought to begin from such a cottage.
That's likewise part of my intelligence, but I fear the angle that plucks our son thither. Thou shalt accompany us to the place where we will, not appearing what we are, have some question with the shepherd, from whose simplicity I think it not uneasy to get the cause of my son's resort thither. Prithee, be my present partner in this business, and lay aside thoughts of Cecilia.
I willingly obey your command.
My best Camillo, we must disguise ourselves.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love you guys so much. Act 4, Scene 3. To Twigs.
When daffodils begin to peer with hay the doxy o'er the dale, why then comes in the sweet of the year, for red blood reigns in the winter's pale. The white sheep bleaching on the hedge with hay, the sweet birds, oh how they sing, doth set my pugging tooth on edge, for a quart of ale is a dish for a king. The lark, a tear, a lyre, a chance, with hay, the thrush and the jay, and summer songs for me and my aunts, while we lie tumbling in the hay. I served Prince Florizel, and in time wore 3 pile, but now I am out of service. But shall I go mourn for that, my dear? The pale moon shines by night, and when I wander here and there, I then do most go right. If tinkers may have leave to live, and bear the sow-skin budget, then my account I well may give, and in the stocks avouch it. My traffic is sheets, when the kite builds, look to lesser Lenin. My father named me Autolycus, who being as I am, littered under Mercury, was likewise a snapper up of unconsidered trifles. With dye and drab I purchase this comparison, and my revenue is a silly cheat. Gallows and knocks are too powerful on the highway. Beating and hanging are terrors to me. I sleep out the thought of it. Surprise, surprise.
Let me see. Every leaven weather tods, every tod yields pound, an odd shilling, 1,500 shorn. What comes the wool to?
If the spring hold, the cock's mine.
I cannot do it without counters. Let me see. What am I to buy for our sheep shearing feast? 3 pound of sugar? 5 pound of currants? Rice? What will this sister of mine do with rice? But my father hath made her mistress of the feast, and she lays it on. She hath made me 24 noes, gays for the shearers, 3 men, song men all, and very good ones. But they are most of them means and bases, but one Puritan amongst them, and he sings songs to hornpipes. I must have saffron to color the warden pies, mace, dates? None. That's out of my note. Nutmegs, 7, and a race or 2 of ginger. But that I may beg 4 pounds of prunes, and as many raisins all the sun.
Oh, that ever I was born!
In the name of me!
Oh, help me, help me! Pluck but off these rags, and then death, death!
Alack, poor soul, thou hast need of more rags to lay on thee, rather than have these off. Ugh.
Oh, sir, the loathsomeness of them offends me more than the stripes I have received, which are mighty ones, millions.
Alas, poor man, 1,000,000 of beatings may come to a great matter.
I am robbed, sir, and beaten. My money and apparel torn from me, and these detestable things put upon me.
What? By a horseman or a footman?
A footman, sweet sir, a footman.
Indeed, he should be a footman by the garments he has left with thee. Ugh. If this be a horseman's coat, it hath seen very hot service. Lend me thy hand, I'll help thee. Come, lend me thy hand.
Oh, good sir, tenderly, oh.
Alas, poor soul.
Oh, good sir, softly, sir. I fear, sir, my shoulder blade is out.
How now? Canst thou stand?
Oh, softly, dear sir, good sir, softly. You have done me a charitable offense.
Dost lack any money? I have little money for thee.
Oh, no, good sweet sir, no. I beseech you, sir. I have a kinsman not past 3/4 of a mile hence, unto whom I was going. I shall there have money, or anything I want. Offer me no money, I pray you. That kills my heart.
What manner of fellow is he that robbed you?
A fellow, sir, that I have known to go about with troll my dames. I knew him once, a servant of the prince. I cannot tell, good sir, for which of his virtues it was, but he was certainly whipped out of the court.
His vices, you would say. There's no virtue whipped out of the court. They cherish it to make it stay there. and yet it will no more but abide.
Vices, I would say, sir. I know this man well. He hath been since an 8-bear, and then a process server, a bailiff. Then he compassed motion of the prodigal son, and married a tinker's wife within a mile where my land and living lies. And having flown over many knavish professions, he settled only in rogue. Some call him Autolycus.
Out upon him! For my life, prig, he haunts wakes, fairs, and bear baitings.
Very true, sir. That's the rogue that put me into this apparel.
Not a more cowardly rogue in all Bohemia. If you had but looked big and spit at him, he'll have run.
I must confess to you, sir, I am no fighter. I am false of heart that way, and that he knew I warned him.
How do you now?
Oh, sweet sir, much better than I was. I can stand and walk. I will even take my leave of you, and pace softly towards my kinsmen.
Shall I bring thee on the way?
No, good face, sir. No, sweet sir.
Oh, then fare thee well. I must go buy spices for our sheep shearing.
Oh, prosper you, sweet sir. Your purse is not hot enough to purchase your spice. I'll be with you at your sheep shearing too. If I cannot cheat this, if I can make not this cheat, bring out another, and the shearers prove sheep. Let me be unrolled, and my name put in the book of virtue. Jog on the footpathway, and merrily hint the starlay. A merry heart goes all the day, your sad tire's in a mile away.
All right, snaps for all of that deception. Okay, let's round out this act with Act 4, Scene 4, to Twigs.
These your unusual weeds to each part of you do give a life. No shepherdess but Flora peering in April's front. This your sheep shearing is as a meeting of the petty gods, and you the queen on't.
Sir, my gracious lord, to chide at your extremes it not becomes me. Oh, pardon that I name them, your high self, the gracious mark of the land, you have obscured with a swain's wearing, and me, poor lowly maid, most goddess-like pranked up, but that our feast and every mess have folly, and the feeders digest it with a custom. I should blush to see you so attire, sworn, I think, to show myself a glass.
I bless the time when my good falcon made her flight across thy father's ground.
Now Jove afford you cause. To me the difference forges dread. Your greatness hath not been used to fear. Even now I tremble to think your father by some accident should pass this way as you did. Oh, the fates! How would he look to see his work so noble vilely bound up? What would he say? Or how should I in these borrowed flaunts behold the sternness of his presence?
Apprehend nothing but jollity. The gods themselves, humbling their deities to love, have taken the shapes of beast upon them. Jupiter became a bull and bellowed, the green Neptune a ram and bleated, and the fire-robed god, golden Apollo, a poor humble swain, as I seem now. Their transformations were never for a piece of beauty rarer, nor in a way so chaste, since my desires run not before mine honor, nor my lust but burn hotter than my faith.
Oh, but sir, your resolution cannot hold. When 'tis opposed, as it must be, the power of the king, one of these two must be necessities, which then will speak that you must change this purpose, or I my life.
Thou dearest Perdita, with these forced thoughts, I pray thee darken not the mirth o' the feast, or I'll be thine, my fair, or not my father's. For I cannot be my own, nor anything to any, if I be not thine. To this I am most constant, though destiny say no. Be merry, gentle. Strangle such thoughts as these with anything that you behold the while. Your guests are coming. Lift up your countenance as it were the day of celebration of that nuptial which we two have sworn shall come.
Oh, Lady Fortune, and you auspicious.
See your guests approach. Address them yourself to entertain them sprightly, and let's be red with mirth.
Why, daughter, when my old wife lived, upon this day she was both pantler, butler, cook, both dame and servant, welcomed all, served all, would sing her song and dance her turn. Now here, at upper end of the table, now in the middle, on his shoulder and his, her face afire with labour, and the things she took to quench it she would to each one sip. You are attired, as if you were a feasted one, and not the hostess of the meeting. Pray you, bid these unknown friends to us welcome, for it is a way to make us better friends, more known. Come, quench your blushes and present yourself that which you are, mistress of the feast. Come on and bid us welcome to your sheep shearing, as your good flock shall prosper.
Sir, welcome. It is my father's will I should take on me the hostessship of the day. You're welcome, sir. Give me those flowers there, Dorcas. Reverend sirs, for you there's rosemary and rue. These keep seeming and savor all the winter long. Grace and remembrance be to you both, and welcome to spring.
Shepherdess, a fair one are you. Well you fit our ages with flowers of winter.
Sir, the year growing ancient, not yet on summer's death, nor on the birth of trembling winter. The fairest flowers of the season are our carnations and staked gillivores, which some call nature's bastards. Of that kind our rustic gardens barren, and I care not to get slips of them.
Wherefore, gentle maiden, do you neglect them?
For I have heard it said, there is an art which in their pedness shares with great creating nature.
Say there be, yet nature is made better by no mean, but nature makes that mean. So over that art which you say adds to nature is an art that nature makes. You see, sweet maid, we marry a gentler scion to the wildest stock, and make conceive a bark of baser kind by a bud of nobler race. This is an art which does mend nature, change it rather, but the art itself is nature.
So it is.
Then make your garden rich in gillivores, and do not call them bastards.
I'll not put the dibble in earth to set one slip of them. No more than were I painted, I would wish this youth should say, 'Twere well and only therefore desired to breed by me. Here's flowers for you, hot lavender, mince, savory, marjoram, the marigold that goes to bed with the sun, and with him rises weeping. These are flowers of middle summer, and I think they are given to men of middle age. You're very welcome.
I should leave grazing were I of your flock, and only live by gazing.
Out, alas, you'd be so lean that blast of January would blow you through and through. Now, my fairest friend, I would I had some flowers of the spring that might become your time of day, and yours, that wear upon your virgin branches yet your maiden heads growing. O Prospina, for the flowers now that frighten thou lest fall from wagon, that's a word, daffodils that come before the swallow dares and take the winds of March with beauty, violet dim but sweeter than the lids of Juno's eyes or Cytherea's breath, pale primrose that die unmarried ere they can behold bright Phoebus in his strength, a malady most incident to maids, bold oxlips and the crown imperial, lilies of all kind, the flower de luce being one. Oh, these I lack to make you garlands of, and my sweet friend, to strew him over and over.
What, like a course?
No, like a bank for love, to lie and play on, not like a corse. Or if not to be buried, but quick and in mine arms. Come, take your flowers. Methink I play as I have seen them do in wits and pastorals. Sure, this robe of mine does change my disposition.
What you do still betters what is done. When you speak sweet, I'll have you do it ever. When you sing, I'll have buy you and sell so give alms, pray so, and for ordering your affairs to sing them too. When you do dance, I wish you a wave o' the sea that you might ever do nothing but that. Move still so, and own no further function. Each your doing, so singular in each particular, crowns what you are doing in present deed, that all your acts are queens.
O Doricles, your praise are too large, but that your youth and the true blood which peepeth fairly through it do plainly give you out an unstained shepherd with wisdom I might fear, my Doricles, you wooed me the false way.
I think you have as little skill to fear as I have purpose to put you to it. But come, our dance, I pray. Your hand, Perdita, so turtles pair that never mean to part.
I'll swear for 'em.
This is the prettiest low-born lass that ever ran on the greensward. Too noble for this place.
He tells her something that makes her blood look out. Good sooth, she is the queen of curds and cream.
Come on! Strike up!
Mopsa must be your mistress. Mary Garlic to mend her kissing with.
In good time?
Out a word! A word! We stand upon matters. Manners. Come, strike up!
Pray, good shepherd, what fair swain is this which dances with your daughter?
Ach, they call him Doricles, and boasts himself to have a worthy feeding, but I have it upon his own report, and I believe it. He looks like sooth. He says he loves my daughter. I think so too, for never gaze the moon upon the water, as he'll stand and read as 'twere in my daughter's eyes. And, to be plain, I think there is not half a kiss to choose who loves another best.
She dances featly.
So she does anything, though I report it, that should be silent. If young Doricles do light upon her, she shall bring him that which he not dreams of.
Oh, master, if you did but hear the peddler at the door, you would never dance again after a tabor and pipe. No, the bagpipe could not move you. He sings several tunes faster than you'll tell money. He utters them as he had eaten ballads, and all men's ears grew to his tunes.
He could never come better. He shall come in. I love a ballad, but even too well. If it be doleful matter merrily set down, or a very pleasant thing indeed, and sung lamentably.
He hath songs for man or woman of all sizes. No milliner can so fit his customers with gloves. He has the prettiest love songs for maids, so delicate without bawdry, which is strange with such delicate burthens of dildos and fadings, jumper and thumper, and where some stretched-mouthed rascal would, as it were, mean mischief and break a foul gap into the matter, he makes the maid to answer, "Wolf do me no harm, good man." Puts him off, slights him with whoop, do me no harm, good man.
This is a brave fellow.
Believe me, that dog is such an admirable, conceited fellow. He has any unbraided wares?
He hath ribbons of, and the colors in a rainbow. Points more than all the lawyers in Bohemia can learnedly handle, though they come to him by the gross. Inkles, caddises, cambrics, lawns. Why, he sings them over as if they were gods or goddesses. You would think a smock were a she-angel. He's so chanced to the sleeve hand and the work about the square on't.
Prithee, bring him in, and let him approach singing.
Forewarn him that he use no scurrilous words and tunes.
You have of these peddlers that have more in them than you'll think, sister.
Aye, good brother, or go about to think.
Lawn as white as driven snow, cypress black as Elwes crow, gloves as sweet as a damask roses, masks for face and for noses, bugle bracelet, necklace amber, perfume for ladies' chamber, golden cross and stomach echoes for my lads to give their dears, pins and poking sticks of steel, what maids lack from head to heel. Come buy of me, come buy, buy, lads, else your lasses cry, come buy.
If I were not in love with Mopsa, thou shouldst take no money of me. But being as enthralled as I am, it will also be the bondage of certain ribbons and gloves.
I was promised them against the feast, but they come not too late now.
He hath promised you more than that, or there be liars.
He hath paid you all he promised you. Maybe he has paid you more, which will shame you to give him again.
Is there no manners left among maids? Will they wear their plackets where they should bear their faces? Is there not milking time when you are going to bed or kiln hole to whistle of these secrets? But you must be tittle-tattling before all our guests. 'Tis well they are whispering. Clamor your tongues and not a word more.
I have done. Come, you promised me a tawdry lace and a pair of sweet gloves.
Have I not told thee how I was cozened by the way of all and lost all my money?
And indeed, sir, there are cozeners abroad. Therefore it behooves men to be wary.
Fear not thou, man, shalt lose nothing here.
I hope so, sir, for I have about me many parcels of charge.
What hast here? Ballads?
Pray now, buy some. I love a ballad in print life, for then we are sure they're true.
Well, here's one to a very doleful tune. How a usurer's wife brought to bed of 20 money bags at Burthen, and how she longed to eat at adders' heads and toads carbonade.
Is it true, think you?
Very true, and about a month old.
Bless me from marrying a usurer.
Here's the midwife's name to it. One mistress tail porter and 5 or 6 honest wives that were present. What should I carry lies abroad?
Pray you now, buy it.
Come on, lay it by. And let's first see more ballads. We'll buy the other things anon.
Well, here's another ballad of a fish that appeared upon the coast on Wednesday, the 40th of April, 40,000 fathom above the water, and sung this ballad again, the hard hearts of maids. It was thought that she was a woman and turned into a cold fish, for she would not exchange flesh with one that loved her. The ballad is very pitiful and is true.
Is it true too, think you?
5 justices' hands at it, and witnesses more than my pack will hold.
Lay it by too. Another.
Well, this is a merry ballad, but a very pretty one.
Oh, let's have some merry ones.
Why, this is a passing merry one and goes to the tune of 2 maids wooing a man. There's scarce a maid westward, but she sings it. 'Tis in request, I can tell you.
We can both sing it, if thou bear part. Thou shalt hear 'tis in 3 parts.
We had the tune on it a month ago.
I can bear my part. You must know 'tis my occupation. Have at it with you. Get you hence, for I must go where it fits not you to know.
Whither?
Oh, whither?
Whither?
It becomes thy oath full well, thou to me thy secrets tell.
To let me go thither.
Or thou goest to the orange or mill.
If to either thou dost ill.
Neither,
What neither?
neither.
Thou hast sworn my love to be.
Thou hast sworn it more to me than whither goat say whither.
We'll have this song out and on by ourselves. My father and the gentlemen are in sad talk, and we'll not trouble them. Come, bring why they pack after me. Wenches, I'll buy for you both. Peddler, let's have the first choice. Follow me, girls.
And you shall pay well for 'em. Will you buy any tape or lace for your cape? My dainty duck, my dear, any silk, any thread, any toys for your head, of the newest and finest wearer. Come to the peddler, money's a meddler, that doth order all men's wearer.
Master, there is 3 carters, 3 shepherds, 3 neat herds, 3 swineherds that have made themselves all men of hair. They call themselves saltiers, and they have a dance which the wenches say is a gallimal free of gambols, because they are not in it. But they themselves are of the mind, if it be not too rough for some that know a little bit but bowling, it will please plentifully.
Away, we'll none on it. Here has been too much homely foolery already. I know, sir, we weary you.
You weary those that refresh us. Pray, let's see those 4 threes of herdsmen.
1-3 of them, by their own report, sir, hath danced before the king, and not the worst of the 3, but jumps 12 foot and a half by the squire.
Leave your prating. Since the good men are pleased, let them come in, but quickly now.
Why, they stay at the door, sir.
Oh, Father, you'll know more of that hereafter. Is it not gone too far? 'Tis time to part them. He's simple and tells too much. How now, fair shepherd? Your heart is full of something that does take your mind from feasting. Sooth, when I was young and handed love as you do, I was wont to load my she with knacks. I would have ransacked the peddler's silken treasury and poured it to her acceptance. You have let him go and nothing marted with him. If your lass interpretation should abuse and call this your lack of love or bounty, you were strated for a reply, at least if you make a care of happy holding her.
Sir, I know she prizes not such trifles as these are. The gifts she looks from me are packed and locked up in my heart, which I have given already, but not delivered. Oh, hear me breath my life before this ancient sir, who it should seem hath sometime loved. I take thy hand, this hand as soft as dove's down, and as white as it, or Ethiopian's tooth, or the fan snow that's bolted by the northern blast twice o'er.
What follows this? How prettily the young swain seems to wash the hand that was fair before. I have put you out, but to your protestation, let me hear what you profess.
Do, and be witness to it.
And this my neighbor too?
And he, and more than he, and men, the earth, the heavens, and all, that were I crowned the most imperial monarch, therefore of most worthy, were I the fairest youth that ever made I swerve, had force and knowledge more than ever was ever man's, I would not prize them without her love. For her, employ them all, commend them, and condemn them to her service, or to their own perdition.
Fairly offered.
This shows a sound affection.
But my daughter, say you the like to him.
I cannot speak. So well, nothing so well, no, nor mean better. By the pattern of mine own thoughts, I cut out the purity of his.
Take hands, a bargain, and friends unknown, you shall bear witness to it. I give my daughter to him, and will make her portion equal his.
Oh, that must be I, the virtue of your daughter. One being dead, I shall have more than you can dream of yet. Enough then for your wonder, but come on, contact us for these witnesses.
Come, your hand, and daughter, yours.
Soft swain a while, I beseech you. Have you a father?
I have, but what of him?
Knows he of this?
He neither does nor shall.
Methinks a father is at the nuptial of his son a guest that best becomes the table. Pray you once more, is not your father grown incapable of reasonable affairs? Is he not stupid with age and altering rooms? Can he speak? Hear? No man from man? Dispute his own estate? Lies he not bedrid and again does nothing but what he did being childish?
No, good sir. He has his health and ampler strength indeed than most have of his age.
By my white beard, you offer him, if this be so, a wrong, something unfilial. Reason, my son, should choose himself a wife, but as good reason the father, all whose joy is nothing else but fair prosperity, should hold some counsel in such a business.
I yield all this, but for some other reasons, my brave sir, which 'tis not fit, you know, I not acquaint my father of this business.
Let him know it.
He shall not.
Pray thee, let him.
No, he must not.
Let him, my son, he shall not need to grieve at knowing of thy choice.
Come, he must not. Mark our contract.
Mark your divorce, young sir. Whom son I dare not call. Thou art too base to be acknowledged. Thou a scepter's heir, that thus affect a sheep hook. Thou old traitor, I am sorry that by hanging thee, I can but shorten thy life 1 week. And thou, fresh piece of excellent witchcraft, who of force must know the royal fool thou copest with.
Oh, my heart!
I will have thy beauty scratched with briars and made more homely than thy state. For thee, fond boy, if I ever know, thou dost but sigh that thou no more shalt see this knack, as ever I mean thou shalt, will bar thee from its succession. Not hold thee of our blood, no, not our kin, far from Deucalion off. Mark thou my words, follow us to the court. Thou, churl, for this time, though full of our displeasure, yet we free thee from the dead blow of it. And you, enchantment, worthy enough of a herdsman, yea, him too that makes himself, but for our honor therein unworthy thee. If ever henceforth thou these rural latches to his entrance open, or hoop his body more with thy embraces, I will devise a death as cruel for thee as thou art tender to it.
Even here undone. I was not much afeard, for once or twice I was about to speak and tell him plainly, the self-same sun that shines upon his court hides not his visage from our cottage, but looks on alike. Wilt please you, sir, be gone. I told you what would come of this. Beseech you, of your own state take care. This dream of mine being now awake, I'll queen it no inch further, but milk my ooze and weep.
Why, how now, father? Speak ere thou dayest.
I cannot speak, nor think, nor dare to know that which I know. Oh, sir, you have undone a man of 83 that thought to fill his grave in quiet, yea, to die upon the bed my father died, to lie close by his honest bones. But now, some hangman must put on my shroud and lay me where no priest shovels in dust. Oh, cursed wretch, that knewst this was the prince, and wouldst adventure to mingle faith with him. Undone! Undone! If I might die within this hour, I have lived to die when I desire.
Why look you so upon me? I am but sorry, not afeard, delayed, but nothing altered. What I was, I am. More straining on for plucking back, not following my leash unwillingly.
Gracious my lord, you know your father's temper. At this time he will allow no speech which I do guess you do not purpose to him, and as hardly will he endure your sight as yet, I fear. Till the fury of his highness settle, come not before him.
I not purpose it. I think, Camillo?
Even he, my lord.
How often have I told you 'twould be thus? How often said my dignity would last but till 'twere known?
It cannot fail but by the violation of my faith, and then let nature crush the sides o' the earth together and mar the seeds within. Lift up thy looks. From my succession wipe me, father. I am heir to my affection.
Be advised.
I am. And by my fancy, if my reason will thereto be obedient, I have reason. If not, my senses better be pleased with madness. Do bid it welcome.
This is desperate, sir.
Oh, call it! But it does fulfill my vow. I needs must think it honestly. Camillo, not for Bohemia, nor the pomp that may be threat gleaned, for all the sun sees, or the close earth wombs, or the profound sea hides in unknown fathoms, will I break my oath to this my fair beloved. Therefore I pray you, as you have ever been my father's honored friend, when he shall miss me, as in faith I mean not to see him any more, cast your good counsels upon his passion. Let myself and fortune tug for the time to come. This you may know and so deliver. I am put to sea with her whom here I cannot hold on shore. And most opportune to our need, I have a vessel rides fast by, but not prepared for this design. What course I mean to hold shall nothing benefit your knowledge, nor concern me the reporting.
Oh, my lord, I would your spirit were easier for advice, or stronger for your need.
Hark, Perdita, I'll hear you by and by.
He's irremovable, resolved for flight. Now were I happy if his going I could frame to serve my term, save him from danger, do him love and honor, purchase the sight again of dear Cecilia, and that unhappy king, my master, whom I much thirst to see.
Now, good Camillo, I am so fraught with curious business that I leave out ceremony.
Sir, I think you have heard of my poor services, in the love that I have borne your father.
Very nobly. Have you deserved it? It is my father's music to speak your deeds, not little of his care to have them recompensed as thought on.
Well, my lord, if you may please to think I love the king, and through him what is nearest to him, which is your gracious self, embrace but my direction. if your more ponderous and settled project may suffer alteration on mine honor, I'll point you where you shall have such receiving as shall become your highness, where you may enjoy your mistress, from whom I see there's no distinction to be made, but by, as heavens forfend, your ruin marry her. And with my best endeavors in your absence, your discontenting father strive to qualify and bring him up to liking.
How, Camillo, may this almost a miracle be done? That I may call thee something more than man, and after that trust to thee?
Have you thought on a place whereto you'll go?
Not any yet, but as the unthought on accident is guilty to what we wildly do, so we profess ourselves to be the slaves of chance and flies of every wind that blows.
Then list to me. This follows if you will not change your purpose, but undergo this flight. Make for Sicilia, and there present yourself and your fair princess, for so I see she must be for Lantis. She shall be habited as it becomes the partner of your bed. Methinks I see Lantis opening his free arms and weeping his welcomes forth, ask thee the son forgiveness, as 'twere I the father's person. Kisses the hands of your fresh princess over and over, divides him twixt his unkindness and his kindness, the one he chides to hell and bids the others grow faster than thou our time.
Worthy Camillo, what color for my visitation shall I hold up before him?
Sent by the king your father to greet him and to give him comforts. Sir, the manner of your bearing towards him, with what you as from your father shall deliver, things known betwixt us three, I'll write you down. The which shall point you forth at every sitting, what you must say that he shall not perceive, but that you have your father's bosom there and speak his very heart.
I am bound to you. There is some sap in this.
A cause more promising than a wild dedication of yourselves to unpathed waters, undreamed shores, most certain to miseries enough. No hope to help you, but as you shake off one to take another, nothing so certain as your anchors who do their best office if they can but stay you where you'll loathe to be. Besides, you know prosperity's the very bond of love, whose fresh complexion and whose heart together affliction alters.
One of these is true. I think affliction may subdue the cheek, but not take in the mind.
Yeah? Say you so? There shall not at your father's house these 7 years be born another such.
My good Camillo, she is as forward of her breeding as she is the rear our birth.
I cannot say 'tis pity. She lacks instruction, for she seems a mistress to most that teach.
Your pardon, sir. For this I'll blush you, thanks.
My prettiest Perdita, but oh, the thorns we stand upon, Camillo, preserver of my father, now of me, the medicine of our house, how shall we do? We are not furnished like Bohemia, son, nor shall appear in Sicilia.
My lord, fear none of this. I think you know my fortunes do all lie there. It shall be so my care to have you royally appointed as if the scene you play were mine. For instance, sir, that you may know you shall not want one word.
Ha ha! Oh, what a fool honesty is. And trust, his sworn brother, a very simple gentleman. I've sold all my trumpery. Not a counterfeit stone, not a ribbon, glass, pomander, brooch, table book, ballad, knife, tape, glove, shoe tie, bracelet, horn ring, to keep my pack from fasting. They throng who should buy first, as if my trinkets had been hallowed and brought a benediction to the buyer. By which means I saw whose purse was best in picture, and what I saw to my good use I remembered. My clown, who wants but something to be a reasonable man, grew so in love with the wench's song that he would not stir his pitios till he had both tune and words, which so drew the rest of the herd to me that all their other senses stuck in ears. You might have pinched a placket it was senseless. 'Twas nothing to gild a codpiece of a purse. I could have filed the keys off that hung in chains. No hearing, no feeling, but my sir's song, and admiring the nothing of it. So that is this time of lethargy I picked and cut most of their festival purses. And had not the old men come in with a woobub against his daughter and the king's son, and scared my costs from their chaff, I had not left a purse alive in the whole army.
Nay, but my letters, by this means being there so soon as you arrive, shall clear that doubt.
And those that you'll procure from King Leontes
shall satisfy your father.
Happy be you. All that you speak shows fair.
Who have we here? Who'll make an instrument of this? Omit nothing, may give us aid.
They have overheard me now. Why, hanging.
How now, good fellow? Why shakest thou so? Fear not, man. Here's no harm intended to thee.
I am a poor fellow, sir.
Why be so still? Here's nobody will steal that from thee. Yet for the outside of thy poverty we must make an exchange. Therefore, discase thee instantly. Thou must think there's a necessity in it, and change garments with this gentleman. Though the pennyworth on his side be the worst, yet hold thee there's some boot.
I am a poor fellow, sir. I know ye well enough.
Nay, prithee, dispatch. This gentleman is half flayed already.
Are you in earnest, sir? I smell a trick on it.
dispatch, I prithee.
Indeed, I have had earnest, but I cannot with conscience take it.
Unbuckle, unbuckle. Fortunate mistress, let my prophecy come home to ye. You must retire yourself into some covert, take your sweetheart's hat and pluck it over your brows, muffle your face, dismantle you and as you can, disliken the truth of your own seeming, that you may, for I do fear eyes over, to shipboard get undescribed.
I see the play so lies that I must bear a part.
No remedy. Have you done there?
Should I now meet my father, he would not call me son.
Nay, you shall have no hat. Come, lady, come. Farewell, my friend.
Adieu, sir.
Oh, Perdita, what have we twain forgot? Pray you a word.
What I do next shall be to tell the king of this escape and whither they are bound, wherein my hope is I shall so prevail to force him after, in whose company I shall review Cecilia, for whose sight I have a woman's longing.
Fortune speed us, thus we set on, Camillo, to the seaside.
The swifter speed, the better.
I understand the business. I hear it. To have an open ear, a quick eye, and a nimble hand is a necessity for a cut purse. A good nose is requisite also, to smell out work for the other senses. I see this is a time that the unjust man doth thrive. What an exchange had this been without boot? What a boot is here with this exchange? Sure the gods do this year connive at us, and we may do anything extempore. The prince himself is about a piece of inequity, stealing away from his father with his clog at his heels. If I had thought it were a piece of honesty to acquaint the king withal, I would not do it. I hold it the more knavery to conceal it, and therein am I constant to my profession. Aside. Here's more matter for a hot brain. Every lane's end, every shop, church, session, hanging, yields a careful man at work.
Aside, see, what a man you are now. There is no other way but to tell the king she's a changeling, and none of your flesh and blood.
Nay, but hear me.
Nay, but hear me.
Go to then.
She be none of your flesh and blood. Your flesh and blood has not offended the king, and so your flesh and blood is not to be punished by him. Show those things you found about her, those secret things, all but what she has with her. This being done, let the law go whistle, I warrant you.
I will tell the king all, every word, yea, and his son's pranks too, who, I may say, is no honest man, neither to his father nor to me, to go about to make me the king's brother-in-law.
Indeed, brother-in-law was the farthest off you could have been to him, and then your blood had been the dearer by I know how much an ounce.
Very wisely, puppies.
Well, let us to the king. There is that in this fardel that will make him scratch his beard.
I know not what impediment this complaint may be to the flight of my master.
Pray heartily he be at my place.
Though I am not naturally honest, I am so sometimes by chance. Let me pocket up my peddler's excrement. How now, rustics? Whither are you bound?
To the palace, and it like your worship.
Your affairs there, what? With whom? The condition of that fardel? The place of your dwelling, your names, your ages, of what having, breeding, and anything that is fitting to be known, discover.
We are but plain fellows, sir.
A lie? You are rough and hairy. Let me have no lie. It becomes none but tradesmen, and they often give us soldiers the lie. But we pay them for it with stamped coin, not stabbing steel. Therefore they do not give us the lie.
Your worship had like to have given us one, if you had not taken yourself with the manner.
Are you a courtier? And it like you, sir?
Whether it like me or no, I am a courtier. Seest thou not the air of the court in these enfoldings? Hath not my gait the measure of the court? Receives not thy nose court odor from me? Reflect I not in this basest court contempt? Thinkest thou, for that I insinuate, or toss from thee thy business, I am therefore no courtier? I am a courtier capapi, and one that will either push on or pluck back thy business there. Whereupon I command thee to open thy affair.
My business, sir, is to the king.
What advocate hast thou to him?
I know not, and it like you.
Advocate's the court word for a pheasant. Say you have none.
None, sir, I have no pheasant, cock nor hen.
Oh, how blessed are we that are not simple men. Yet nature might have made me as these are. Therefore I will not disdain.
This cannot be but a great courtier.
His garments are rich, but he wears them not handsomely.
He seems to be more noble in being fantastical. A great man. I'll warrant I know him by the picking on's teeth.
The fardel there. What's in the fardel? Wherefore that box?
Sir, there lies such secrets in this fardel and box, which none must know but the king, and which he shall know within this hour, if I may come to the speech of him.
Age, thou hast lost thy labor.
Why, sir?
The king is not at the palace. He has gone abroad, a new ship to purge melancholy and air himself. For if thou beest capable of things serious, thou must know the king is full of grief.
So 'tis said, sir, about his son, that should have married a shepherd's daughter.
If that shepherd be not in handfast, let him fly. The curses he shall have, the tortures he shall feel, will break the back of man, the heart of monster.
Think you so, sir?
Not he alone shall suffer what wit can make heavy and vengeance bitter, but those that are germane to him, though removed 50 times, shall all come under the hangman, which though it be a great pity, yet it is necessary. an old sheep whistling rogue, a ram tender, to offer have his daughter come into grace. Some say he shall be stoned, but that death is too soft for him. Say I draw our throne into a sheepcote. All deaths are too few. The sharp is too easy.
Has the old man e'er a son, sir? Do you hear? Ain't like you, sir?
He has a son who shall be flayed alive, then anointed over with honey, set on the head of a wasp's nest, then stand till he be 3/4 and a dram dead. Then recovered again with aqua vitae or some other hot infusion. Then, raw as he is, and in the hottest day prognostication proclaims, shall be set against a brick wall, the sun looking with a southward eye upon him, where he is to behold him with flies blown to death. But what talk we of these traitorly rascals, whose miseries are to be smiled at, their offenses being so capital? Tell me, for you seem to be plain honest men, what you have to the king. Being something gently considered, I'll bring you where he is abroad, tender your persons to his presence, whisper him in your behalfs, and if it be in man besides the king to effect your suits, here is a man shall do it.
He seems to be of great authority. Close with him. Give him gold. And though authority be a stubborn bear, yet he is oft led by the nose with gold. Show the inside of your purse to the outside of his hand. And no more ado. Remember, stoned and flayed alive.
An it please you, sir, to undertake the business for us, here is that gold I have. I'll make it as much more and leave this young man in pawn till I bring it to you.
After I have done what I promised?
Aye, sir.
Well, give me the moiety. Are you a party in this business?
In some sort, sir. But though my case be a pitiful one, I hope I shall not be flayed out of it.
Oh, that's the case of the shepherd's son. Hang him. He'll be made an example.
Oh, comfort. Good comfort. We must to the king and show him our strange sights. He must know 'tis none of your daughter nor my sister. We are gone else. Sir, I will give you as much of this old man does when the business is performed, and remain, as he says, your pawn till it be brought you.
I will trust you. Walk before toward the seaside. Go on the right hand. I will but look upon the hedge and follow you.
We are blessed in this man, as I may say, even blessed.
Let's before as he bids us. He was provided to do us good.
If I had a mind to be honest, I see fortune will not suffer me. She drops booties in my mouth. I am courted now with a double occasion, gold and a means to do the prince my master good, which who knows how that may turn back to my advancement. I'll bring these two moles, these blind ones, aboard him, if he'd think it fit to shore them again, and that the complaint they have to the king concerns him nothing. Let him call me rogue for being so far officious. For I am proof against that title, and what shame else belongs to it. To him will I present them. There may be matter to it.
Whoa, you guys. That was an endurance test of a scene. And it was like a roller coaster too, because it was like, okay, everyone's really thirsty. Everyone really wants to kill each other.
Y'all kept my ADD ass wrapped though. That was impressive. Like, I can't believe that I was interested in that entire scene. Well done.
Oh man. It was up and down. And then they just had some lines that were just like, man, those are just too good. You know, we had the fresh
Booty in my
piece
mouth.
of excellent witchcraft. That is
I've noted
walking
it for a
the
shirt.
show with me.
Good.
Yeah, no, that's a thing. Hey, Finn, can you say that again for me?
Fresh piece of excellent witchcraft, you.
Who clipped that? I need that.
All right, gift me on that one.
Clutch
There we
my
go.
pearls.
Yeah.
Strike, are you on it?
And the phrase that I meant to type was working bard or bardly working.
Yes, that one's good. I like that one a lot.
That one too, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like right here at the end, we have she drops booties in my mouth.
Dude,
I can't say it with a straight face. I can't get through the end of that phrase.
I'm surprised I did.
Shakespeare knew exactly what he was doing.
Oh, yes, he did.
Oh, yeah.
we're beyond double entendre. I think
Wasn't
we're at
this the interjection-
sextuple already.
Wasn't this the introduction
Which,
of the
of course,
word
just makes
dildos?
it another one.
Oh, this isn't double entendre. This is double up on Tinder, is what it is.
Hey,
yo! Simping with Shakespeare.
Right.
Oh, she drops booties in my mouth. Oh, I need that in the next.
Talking about laugh,
Oh,
right?
it drops next Thursday. Oh,
Buddha's in my mouth. Buddha's in my mouth.
With that mac and cheese.
That's
Oh,
gonna be on
yes.
the next What Streams May Come album. Booties
oh
in the Mouth.
yes.
There's some booties in this mouth. There's some booties in this mouth.
That's just the remix track.
That's the remix. I love it.
This is the best song
Grammy
ever.
next year.
We're gonna auto tune the heck out of it too.
Ooh.
Booties in the mouth.
All right.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
Strike.
my.
It's already in the chat.
Art thou my boy? Because you can get some booties in that mouth.
Drake, you win for the night.
The stretched mouth, right? Because there was a line about stretching mouths earlier in that scene too. Like, what the heck? All right, and was this was the scene with dildos? All of a sudden, so much happened, guys.
Isn't it like the first time that there were dildos in writing?
It might have been. He created a lot of things.
I think that's accurate.
That's just one more thing we have to thank
I
Shakespeare.
think I sprained my eyes.
And just think, this isn't even his longest scene ever written.
No, but this one's almost 1,000 lines.
Love's
Yeah.
Labor's Lost has a scene that is almost longer than I want to say It's Much Ado About Nothing.
Oh,
It is the
my
scene
God.
that never ends.
So apparently,
the-
Thomas Nash beats out Shakespeare for the first mention of dildos in literature with the choice of Valentine's.
All right. Well, thanks, John.
1590.
Thanks for figuring that. We wanted to give Shakespeare just one more credit, one more thing to thank him for, but no.
One more invention. It's canon.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm afraid it went to another one of his contemporaries.
Well, I guess he didn't invent the dildo, but he did perfect its use.
Oh, hi-yo.
By dropping booties in the mouth.
Are you suggesting that Shakespeare got pegged?
Yes,
I think,
100%
quite a
Shakespeare
number
got
of his
pegged.
sonnets
All right, new
suggest that.
headcanon.
It's going
New
a certain
headcanon.
kind of way tonight.
I mean, that is kind of a bard thing to do, to be
New
honest.
headcanon.
We're not.
And on that note,
And, okay, we should
Haven't you
go
missed
on.
us, dear audience?
Guys, we do have one more act, so let's get there. All right, guys. So, everyone, gird your loins and grab your booties for Act 5, Scene 1, to Twigs.
That's wigs.
2 twigs.
Sir, you have done enough and have performed a saint-like sorrow. No fault could you make, which you have not redeemed. Indeed, paid down more penance than could be trespass. At the last, do as the heavens have done. Forget your evils. With them, forget yourself.
Whilst I remember her and her virtues, I cannot forget my blemishes in them, and so still think of the wrong I did myself, which was so much that ereless it hath made my kingdom, and destroyed the sweetest companion that e'er man bred his hopes out of.
Too true, my lord.
If one by one you wedded all the world, or from the all that you took something good to make a perfect woman, she you killed would be unparalleled.
I think so. Killed. She I killed, I did so. But thou strikest me sorely to say I did. It is as bitter upon thy tongue as in my thought. Now, good now, say so but seldom.
Figured it out. Not at all, good lady. You might have spoken 1,000 things that would have done the time more benefit and grace. Your kindness better.
You are one of those would have wed him again.
If you would not so, you pity not the state, nor the remembrance of his most sovereign name. Consider little what dangers by his highness fail of issue may drop upon his kingdom and devour uncertain lookers on. What were more holy than to rejoice the former queen as well? What holier than, for royalty's repair, for present comfort and for future good, to bless the bed of majesty again with a sweet fellow to it?
There is none worthy respecting her that's gone. Besides, the gods would have fulfilled their secret purposes. For has not the divine Apollo said, it's not the tenor of his oracle that King Leontes shall not have an heir till his lost child be found? Which that it shall is all monstrous to our human reason, as my Antigonus breaks his grave and comes again to me, who on my life did perish with the infant. 'Tis your counsel, my lord, should to the heavens be contrary, oppose against their wills. Care not for issue. The crown will find an heir. Great Alexander left his to the worthiest, so his successor was like to be the best.
Good Paulina, who hast the memory of Hermione, I know in honor. Oh, that ever I had squared me to thy counsel, then, even now, I might have looked upon my queen's full eyes, have taken treasure from her lips.
And left them more rich for what they yielded.
Thou speakest truth. No more such wives, therefore no wife, one worse and better used would make her sainted spirit again possess her corpse, and on this stage, where we're offenders now, appear soul vexed and begin, why to me?
Had she such power, she had just cause.
She had, and would incense me to murder her I married.
I should so. Were I the ghost that walked, I'd bid you mark her eye and tell me for what dull part in it you'd chose her. Then I'd shriek that ere your ears should rift to hear me, and that the words that followed should be, remember mine.
Stars, stars, and all eyes else dead coals, fear thou no wife. I'll have no wife, Paulina.
Will you swear never to marry but by my free leave?
Never, Paulina, so be blessed my spirit.
Then, good my lords, bear witness to his oath.
You tempt him over much.
Unless another, as like Hermione as is her picture, affront his eye.
Good madam.
I have done. Yet, if my lord will marry, if you will, sir, no remedy but you will, give me the office to choose you a queen. She shall be not so young as was your former, but she shall be such as walked your first queen's ghost. It should take joy to see her in your arms.
My true Paulina, we shall not marry till thou bidst us.
That shall be'st when your first queen's again in breath, never till then.
One that gives himself out, Prince Florizel, son of Polixenes, with his princess, she the fairest I have yet beheld, desires access to your high presence.
What with him? He comes not like to his father's greatness. His approach, so out of circumstance and sudden, tells us 'tis not a visitation framed, but forced by need and accident. What train?
But few, and those but mean.
His princess, say you with him?
Aye, the most peerless piece of earth, I think, that e'er the sun shone bright on.
Oh, Hermione, as ever-present time doth boast itself above a better gone, so must thy grave give way to what's seen now. Sir, you yourself have said and writ so, but your writing now is colder than that theme. She had not been, nor was not to be equaled. Thus your verse flowed with her beauty once. 'Tis shrewdly ebbed to say you have seen a better.
Oh, pardon, madam. That one I had almost forgot. Your pardon. Oh, the other, when she has obtained your eye, will have your tongue too. This as a creature, would she begin a sect, might quench the zeal of all profession else, make proselytes of those she bid but follow.
How? Not women?
Oh, women will love her, that she is a woman more worth than any man. Men, that she is the rarest of all women.
Go, Cleomenes, yourself assisted with your honored friends, bring them to our embracement. Still, 'tis strange he thus should steal upon us.
Well, had our prince, jewel of children, seen this hour, he had paired well with this lord. There was not a full month between their births.
Prithee, no more. Cease, thou knowest. He dies to me again when talked of. Sure, when I shall see this gentleman, thy speeches will bring me to consider that which may unfurnish me of reason. They are come. Your mother was most true to wedlock, prince, for she did print your royal father off, conceiving you, were I but 21. Your father's image is so hit in you, his very air, that I should call you brother, as I did him, and speak of something wildly by us performed before. Most dearly welcome. And your fair princess, goddess, oh, alas, I lost a couple that twixt heaven and earth might thus have stood begetting wonder, as you, gracious couple, do. And then I lost all my own folly, the society, amity too of your brave father, whom, though bearing misery, I desire my life once more to look on him.
By his command, I here touch Cecilia, and from him give you all greetings that a king at friend can send his brother, and but infirmity which waits upon worn times hath seized his wished ability. He had himself the lands and waters twixt your throne and his measure to look upon you, whom he loves. He bade me say so, more than all scepters and those that bear them living.
Oh, my brother. Good gentleman, the wrongs I have done thee stir afresh within me, and these thy offices, so rarely kind, are as interpreters of my behindhand slackness. Welcome hither, as is the spring to the earth, and hath he too exposed this paragon to the fearful usage, at least ungentle, of the dreadful Neptune, to greet a man not worth her pains, much less the adventure of her person.
Good, my lord. She came from Libya.
Where the warlike Smallus, that noble honored lord, is feared and loved.
Most royal, sir, from thence. From him whose daughter his tears proclaimed his, parting with her, thence a prosperous south wind friendly we have crossed, to execute the charge my father gave me for visiting your highness. My best train I have from your Sicilian shores dismissed, who for Bohemia bend to signify not only my success in Libya, sir, but my arrival and my wife's in safety, here where we are.
The blessed gods purge all infection from our air whilst you do climate here. You have a holy father, a graceful gentleman, against whose person, so sacred as it is, I have done sin, for which the heavens, taking angry note, have left me issueless, and your father's blessed, as he from heaven merits it with you. Worthy his goodness, what might I have been? Might I, as son and daughter now, have looked on such goodly things as you?
Most noble, sir, that which I shall report will bear no credit. Were not the proof so nigh, please you, great sir, Bohemia greets you from himself by me. Desires you to attach his son, who has his dignity and duty both cast off, fled from his father, from his hopes, and with a shepherd's daughter.
Where's Bohemia? Speak.
Here in your city, I now came from him. I speak amazedly, and it becomes my marvel and my message to your court while he was hastening in the chase, it seems, off this fair couple. Meets he on the way the father of this seeming lady and her brother, having both their country quitted with this young prince.
Camillo has betrayed me, whose honor and whose honesty till now endured all weathers.
Lay it so to his charge. He's with the king your father. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not me.
He's with the king your father, indeed.
Who, Camillo?
Camillo, sir, I spake with him, who now is these poor men in question. Never saw I wretches so quick. They kneel, they kiss the earth, forswear themselves as often as they speak. Bohemia stops his ears and threatens them with divers deaths and death.
Oh, my poor father, the heaven set spies upon us, will not have our contract celebrated.
You are married?
We are not, sir, nor are we like to be. The stars I see will kiss the valleys first. The odds for high and lows alike.
My lord, is this the daughter of a king?
She is. When once she is my wife.
That once, I see by your good father's speed, will come on very slowly. I am sorry, most sorry you have broken from his liking, where you were tied in duty, and as sorry your choice is not so rich in worth as beauty, that you might well enjoy her.
Dear, look up. Though fortune visible an enemy should chase us with my father, power no jot hath she to change our loves. Beseech you, sir, remember since you owed no more to time than I do now, with thought of such affections, step forth mine advocate. At your request, my father will grant precious things as trifles.
Would he do so, I'll beg your precious mistress, which he counts but a trifle.
Sir, my liege, your eye hath too much youth in't. Not a month for your queen died. She was more worth such gazes than you do look now.
I thought of her, even in these looks I made. But your petition is yet unanswered. I will to your father. Your honor not o'erthrown by your desires, I am friend to them, and you, upon which errand I now go toward him. Therefore follow me, and mark what way I make. Come, good my lord.
Something happening. All right, Act 5, Scene 2. To Twigs.
Twigs.
Beseech you, sir, were you present at this relation?
I was by at the opening of the fardel, heard the old shepherd deliver the manner how he found it, whereupon, after a little amazedness, we were all commanded out of the chamber. Only this methought I heard the shepherd say, he found the child.
I would most gladly know the issue of it.
I make a broken delivery of the business, but the changes I perceived in the king and Camillo were very notes of admiration. They seemed almost, with staring on one another, to tear the cases of their eyes. There was speech in their dumbness, language in their very gesture. They looked as they had heard of a world ransomed or one destroyed. A notable passion of wonder appeared in them. But the wisest beholder that knew not more but seeing could not say if the importance were joy or sorrow. But in the extremity of one, it must needs be. Oh, here comes a gentleman that happily knows more. The news, Rogero?
Nothing but bonfires. The oracle is fulfilled. The king's daughter is found. Such a deal of wonder is broken out within this hour that ballad makers cannot be able to express it. Here comes the Lady Paulina's steward. He can deliver you more. How goes it now, sir? This news which is called true is so like an old tale that the verity of it is in strong suspicion. Has the king found his heir?
Most true, if ever truth were pregnant by circumstance. That which you hear, you'll swear you see. There is such unity in the proofs. The mantle of Queen Hermione's, her jewel about the neck of it. The letters of Antigonus found with it, which they know to be his character. The majesty of the creature in resemblance of the mother, the affection of nobleness, which nature shows above her breeding, and many other evidences proclaim her with all certainty to be the king's daughter. Did you see the meeting of the two kings?
No.
Then you have lost a sight. Which was to be seen cannot be spoken of. There might you have beheld one joy crown another, so and in such manner that it seemed sorrow wept to take leave of them, for their joy waded in tears. There was casting up of eyes, holding up of hands, with countenances of such distraction that they were to be known by garment, not by favor. Our king, being ready to leap out of himself for joy of his found daughter, as if that joy were now become a loss, cries, "Oh, thy mother," then asks Bohemia forgiveness, then embraces his son-in-law, then again worries he his daughter with clipping her. Now he thanks the old shepherd, which stands by like a weather-bitten conduit of many kings' reigns. I never heard of such another encounter, which lames report, to follow it and undoes description to do it.
What pray you became of Antigonus that carried hence the child?
Like an old tale still, which will have matter to rehearse, though credit be asleep and not an ear open. He was torn to pieces with a bear. This avouches the shepherd's son, who has not only his innocence, which seems much, to justify him, but a handkerchief and rings of his that Paulina knows.
What became of his bark and his followers?
Wrecked the same instant their master's death, and in the view of the shepherd, so that all the instruments which aided to expose the child were even then lost when it was found. But oh, the noble combat that twixt joy and sorrow was fought in Paulina. She had one eye declined for the loss of her husband, another elevated that the oracle was fulfilled. She lifted the princess from the earth, and so locks her in embracing, as if she would pin her to her heart, that she might no more be in danger of losing.
The dignity of this act was worth the audience of kings and princes, for by such was it acted.
One of the prettiest touches of all, and that which angled for mine eyes, caught the water, though not the fish, was when at the relation of the queen's death, with the manner how she came to it bravely, confessed and lamented by the king, how attentiveness wounded his daughter. Still, from one sign of dolour to another, she did with an, alas, I would fain say bleed tears, for I am sure my heart wept blood. Who was most marble, there changed colour. Some swooned, all sorrowed. If all the world could have seen it, the woe had been universal.
Are they returned to the court?
No. The princess, hearing of her mother's statue, which is in the keeping of Paulina, a piece many years in doing and now newly performed by that rare Italian master, Julio Romano, who, had he himself eternity, and could put breath into his work, would beguile nature of her custom. So perfectly he is her ape. He is so near to Hermione, hath done Hermione, that they say one would speak to her and stand in hope of answer. Thither with all greediness of affection are they gone, and there they intend to sup.
I thought she had some great matter there in hand, for she hath privately twice or thrice a day, ever since the death of Hermione, visited that removed house. Shall we thither, and with our company piece the rejoining?
Who would be thence that had the benefit of access? Every wink of an eye, some new grace will be born. Our absence makes us unthrifty to our knowledge. Let's along.
Now, had I not a dash of my former life in me, would preferent drop on my head. I brought the old man and his son aboard the Prince, told him I had heard him talk of a fardel, and I know not what, but he at that time over fond of the shepherd's daughter. So he then took her to be, who began to be as much seasick, and himself little better, extremity of the weather continuing. This mystery remained undiscovered. But 'tis all one to me, for I had been the finder out of this secret. It would not have relished among my other discredits. Here come those I have done good to against my will, and already appearing in the blossoms of their fortune.
Come, boy, I am past more children, but thy sons and daughters will be all gentlemen born.
You are well met, sir. You denied to fight with me the other day because I was no gentleman born. See you these clothes? See you these clothes? Say you see them not, and think me still no gentleman born? You were best say these robes are not gentleman born. Give me the lie. Do. And try whether I am now a gentleman born.
I know you are now, sir, a gentleman born.
I have been so many times these 4 hours.
So have I, Boyle.
So you have. But I was a gentleman before my father, for the king's son took me by the hand and called me brother. And then the 2 kings called my father brother. And then the prince, my brother, and the princess, my sister, called my father father, and so we wept. And there was the first gentleman, like tears that ever we shed.
We may live, son, to shed many more.
Aye, or else 'twere hard luck, being in so preposterous a state as we are.
I humbly beseech you, sir, to pardon me all of the faults I have committed to your worship, and to give me your good report to the prince my master.
Really, son, do, for we must be gentle now. We are a gentle man.
Thou wilt amend thy life?
Aye, and it will, and it like your good worship.
Give me thy hand. I will swear to the prince thou art as honest a true fellow as any in Bohemia.
You may say it, but not swear it.
Not swear it? Now I am a gentleman? Let boors and franklins say it. I'll swear it.
How if it be false, son?
If it be ne'er so false, a true gentleman may swear if in the behalf of his friend, and I'll swear to the prince, thou art a tall fellow of thy hands, and thou wilt not be drunk. But I know thou art no tall fellow of thy hands, and thou wilt be drunk. But I'll swear it, and I would thou wouldst be a tall fellow of thy hands.
I will prove so, sir, to my power.
Aye, by any means prove a tall fellow, if I do not wonder how thou darest venture to be drunk, not being a tall fellow. Trust me not. Hark! The kings and the princes, our kindred, are going to see the queen's picture. Come, Follow us. We'll be thy good masters.
And those things raveled up. I just want to say this before we go into the last scene. I was going to say all the unraveled things are coming, or all the raveled up things are coming unraveled again. The twisted things are becoming set straight. But before we go into this last scene, we haven't said it all night. The checklist. How much of the checklist have we hit? We've had a murder plot. We've had
Nobles in disguise.
Disguises, yes.
Mistaken identity.
Mm-hmm. So that one's good.
A death. A death. A suicide, in fact, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it was a suicide. I think it was a
Broken
death from grief.
Yeah,
She died of sad.
Yeah.
She died of sad.
She died of
I
sad.
don't think-
She's a whole different checklist.
Yeah. That's the never-ending
She
story.
pulled a Padme.
Yeah, it's the Padme checklist.
You would point that out.
We
Yeah.
haven't
you
had a
got it, Sam.
marriage. We have not had a marriage yet.
We had not yet.
Yeah.
It's coming. It seems to be
Not gonna be
coming.
a multiple marriage
Not
either.
yet.
We
I
did
wouldn't
have
exactly say
the
this is a-
forbidden love though.
We
Yeah.
did. Forbidden Love. That one's on there. All right.
Class warfare.
Class
differences.
warfare, yeah.
Yeah.
Have we had a forsooth?
There is
Nope.
not a forsooth in this.
No.
show.
No, but there's plenty of beseeches.
There's
Yeah.
lots of
There's
beseeches.
Sooth.
But
Beseech and verily.
But
And
since-
alas.
since we're such fans of forsooths, I actually did a text search on this show trying to find forsooths, and there are 0 forsooths in the show.
Oh my
yet.
gosh.
Wow.
That's wild.
It's
I feel like
absolutely
I've been
criminal.
lied to. I don't want to be here anymore.
I came to for the forsooths and I
Yeah,
got
come for
nothing.
the forsooths.
Barely.
Ours.
We got
All
no
right.
sooth.
If you were trying
I
to play
wanted
a
4.
forsooth drinking game to this play, you would be stone cold sober.
Well, that's why I said in the chat before. Well, I guess beseech is the drinking word for this one, but
Ouch.
I think we'd all be dead.
We would be very dead.
No, my dog is like laying at the door, heavy breathing under the crack, and I can hear it.
Come on.
One more scene.
I
All right, one
know,
more
she's
scene.
killing me.
One more scene, Stella. We'll be.
Got this. We
almost
got this.
done.
Almost time, Stella.
Mama, I need
All right.
petting.
All right.
So let's go on to our last scene, Act 5, Scene 3, to Twigs.
To Twigs.
Oh.
Oh, grave and good Paulina, the great comfort that I have had of thee.
What, sovereign sir, I did not well, I meant well. All my services you have paid home, but that you have vouchsafed with your crowned brother and these your contracted heirs of your kingdoms, my poor house to visit. It is a surplus of your grace, which never my life may last to answer.
Paulina, we honor you with trouble, but we came to see the statue of our queen. Your gallery have we passed through, not without much content, in many singularities, but we saw not that which my daughter came to look upon, the statue of her mother.
As she lived peerless, so her dead likeness I do well believe excels whatever yet you've looked upon, or hand of man hath done. Therefore I keep it lonely, apart. But here it is. Prepare to see the life as lively mocked as ever still sleep mocked death. Behold and say 'tis well. I like your silence. It is the more shows off your wonder. But yet speak. First you, my liege. Comes it not something near?
Her natural posture. Chide me, dear stone, that I may say indeed, thou art Hermione, or rather thou art she in thy not chiding, for she was as tender as infancy and grace. But yet, Paulina, Hermione was not so much wrinkled, nothing so aged as this seems.
Oh, not by much.
So much the more our carver's excellence, which lets go by some 16 years and makes her as she lived now.
As now she might have done, so much to my good comfort as it is now piercing to my soul. Oh, thus she stood, even with such life of majesty, warm life, as now it coldly stands when first I wooed her. I am ashamed Does not the stone rebuke me for being more stone than it? Oh, royal peace, there's magic in thy majesty, which has my evils conjured to remembrance, and from thy admiring daughter took the spirits, standing like stone with thee.
And give me leave, and do not say 'tis superstition that I kneel and then implore her blessing. Lady, dear queen that ended when I but began, give me that hand of yours to kiss.
Oh, patience! The statue is but newly fixed. The color's not dry.
My lord, your sorrow was too sore laid on, which 16 winters cannot blow away. So many summers dry, scarce any joy. Did ever so long live, no sorrow but killed itself much sooner.
Dear my brother, let him that was the cause of this have power to take off so much grief from you as he will peace up in himself.
Indeed, my lord, if I had thought the sight of my poor image would have thus wrought you, for the stone is mine, I'd have not showed it.
Do not draw the curtain.
No longer shall you gaze on't, lest your fancy think it anon it moves.
Let be, let be. Would I were dead, but that methinks already. What was he that did make it see, my lord? Would you not deem it breathed, and that those veins did verily bear blood?
Masterly done. The very life seems warm upon her lip.
The fixture of her eye has motion, and as we are mocked with art.
I'll draw the curtain. My lord's almost so far transported that he'll think it anon it lives.
Oh, sweet Paulina, make me to think so 20 years together. No settled senses of the world can match the pleasure of that madness. Let it alone.
I am sorry, sir. I have thus far stirred you, but I could afflict you farther.
Do, Paulina, for this affliction has a taste as sweet as any cordial comfort. Still, methinks, there is an air that comes from her. What fine chisel could ever yet cut breath? Let no man mock me, for I will kiss her.
Oh, good my lord, forbear. The ruddiness upon her lip is wet. You'll mar it if you kiss it. Stain your own with oily painting. Shall I draw the curtain?
No, not these 20 years.
So long could I stand by a looker on.
Either forbear, quit presently the chapel, or resolve you for more amazement. If you can behold it, I'll make the statue move indeed, descend and take you by the hand. But then you'll think, which I protest against, I am assisted by wicked powers.
What you can make her do, I am content to look on. What to speak, I am content to hear, for 'tis as easy to make her speak as move.
It is required that you do awake your faith. Then all stand still. On those that think this is unlawful business I am about, let them depart.
Proceed. No foot shall stir.
Music, awake her, strike! 'Tis time, descend, be stone no more. Approach, strike all that look upon with marvel. Come, I'll fill your grave up, stir. Nay, come away, bequeath to death your numbness, for from him dear life redeems you. You perceive she stirs? Start not, her action shall be as holy as you hear my spell is lawful. Do not shun her until you see her die again, for then you kill her doubly. Nay, present your hand. When she was young, you wooed her. Now in age, is she become the suitor?
She's warm. If this be magic, let it be an art. Lawful is eating.
She embraces him.
She hangs about his neck. If she pertain to life, let her speak to.
Aye, and make it manifest where she's lived or how stolen from the dead.
That she is living, were it but told you, should be hooted at like an old tale. But it appears she lives, though yet she speak not. Mark a little while. Please you to interpose, fair madam, kneel, and pray your mother's blessing. Turn, good lady, our Perdita is found.
You gods, look down, and from your sacred vials pour your graces upon my daughter's head. Tell me, mine own, where hast thou been preserved? Where lived? How found thy father's court? For thou shalt hear that I, knowing by Paulina that the oracle gave hope thou wast in being, have preserved myself to see the issue.
There's time enough for that. Let's they desire upon this push to trouble your joys with like relation. Go together, your precious winners all, your exhalation partake to everyone. I, an old turtle, will wing me to some withered bough, and there my mate that's never to be found again lament till I am lost.
Peace, Paulina. Thou shouldst a husband take by my consent, as I by thine a wife. This is a match, and made betweens by vows, thou hast found mine. But how is to be questioned? For I saw her, as I thought, dead, and have in vain said many a prayer upon her grave. I'll not seek far, for him I partly know his mind, to find thee an honorable husband. Come, Camillo, and take her by the hand, whose worth and honesty is richly noted, and here justified by us, a pair of kings. Let's from this place, what, look upon my brother, both your pardons, that ere I put between your holy looks my ill suspicion. This is your son-in-law, and son unto the king, who heaven's directing is troth plight to your daughter. Good Paulina, lead us from hence, where we may leisurely each one demand an answer to his part, performed in this wide gap of time since first we were dissevered. Hastily, lead away.
All right, you guys. Oh man, I do like that ship, that Camillo Paulina ship at the very end. I'm a fan.
It's a
That
good
ship
one.
has sailed.
I see that face, Antigonus, but I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
I was loyal to you till I got
all
old.
aboard this
For
ship.
reals though. I hate.
Is
I
it
hate
a-
to be- I
Is
hate
it
to
a
be
forced
the bearer of
marriage
bad
if I
news.
like showed up happily?
It is, yeah. I think we're good.
Oh no, we have to get married to each other. Oh, darn.
No.
No.
Don't
And
throw me in the
Paulina's like, I
Just
already
I
used,
was dead. I feel offended.
he already used her necromancy on the queen.
I've only got so much.
She's only got so many
Used her
spell
ne-
slots.
She
I mean,
used
it
her
took
necromancy
16
and
years to
Camilla was
level
like,
up.
that's hot.
It was the dice blessing that Goblin does all the time. It just statue.
You have the
Lots.
material costs for that.
What even is this show?
She's a queen.
know, right?
We never
Worry
saw
about material
never saw
costs.
Mamilius again, right?
What even is this show? It has all the things.
We checked off the marriage.
We did
Yep.
check off the marriage, like
Yeah.
several marriages.
It is a multiple marriage. Yeah.
Yeah,
It is.
because got remarried.
Marriage.
But like, who
Best
cries for
friend.
Mamilius? Like everyone got their happy ending.
Leontes did for 16 years.
Exactly.
Hermione, she was
Yeah.
almost out of a broken
Everyone got
heart.
their
He's running
tragedy
around
undone.
somewhere.
Everyone got their tragedy undone. Well, Antigonus, he did not. But
No.
then there's also Mamilius.
No, Antigonus just got the bad end of a bear.
Yeah.
Short end of the stick on this one.
He abandoned
This is
the
a rare
baby.
show when the dudes get fucked over more than the
Yeah,
women
they
do.
do actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's got a
Speaking-
lot of comeuppance on this one.
Speaking as a
Antigonus
Canadian,
did
there-
get like the most important part of this show, pursued by a bear.
Yes,
Pursued by a
Yeah.
bear.
by a bear.
Excellent.
Can we
Pursued
just talk
by bear.
about how my punishment ended up being worse than Leonti's. Do whatever I did wrong. Like,
Yeah, I kind of can't believe Hermione just kind of forgave him. Like,
That's so common with Shakespearean women, though. They're like so strong and so bold, but then they're like, "Oh my God, he didn't mean it. Okay, I forgive."
oh, you messed up. That's okay.
And
It's
like
fine.
a fairy tale.
It
It
just
needs
feels
a
like
happy ending.
Shakespeare just never knew how to write women actually forgiving someone.
It's the proof that most men will just do the bare minimum.
The
bare jokes are the good ones.
The
for
bare
now.
minimum,
I'm proud of
bare
you.
minimum being leaving your
Antigonus
child rather
Antigonus
than
just had to grin and bear it.
Wow. Oh my God. Also the bear. What an amazing thing.
I just
We had
love
the same
that.
conversation
Oh
during
my
Harry
gosh.
Potter's creature.
What
I have to wonder, did they
sorcery did she use? And they're like, no, she was totally going to this old house that she doesn't really go to, except she goes there like 2 or 3 times a day for some reason for the past like 16 years.
I like to think that Lily, Paulina, and Hermione are just drinking in that house and just being like, "Oh man, did you hear what he did
But
today?
it's fake. Total
Oh,
fake.
did you hear what he did today?"
Husband did.
We need the modern update where Paulina and Camillo are on like a text chain together, just being like, these motherfuckers.
It's the
Where-
longest
I'll
stitching
kill 'em
bitch
all.
ever.
I'm just gonna kill them all.
Yeah, but Paulina had the 300 IQ strat for this
She
game.
was
It's witchcraft.
women. Like, she was so awesome.
The Real Housewives of Bohemia.
Really?
Oh, there it is.
I would so watch
Okay,
that.
but they keep
Desperate,
talking about
desperate
sailing to
housewives of
Bohemia.
Sicily.
Can
So,
I don't
like,
think you
I
can
feel
sail
like
to
Paulina,
Bohemia.
the whole story behind the sailing to Bohemia was that Billy got all of his information from another author who got their information wrong about the geography.
My goodness.
Oh, that
Shakespeare
explains
said-
so much.
It's third-hand bad descriptions.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
it's like those
This
maps. with
plot
fake
is a
towns in them.
Celtic knot.
It's like a rhinoceros picture.
It's a riddle wrapped in an enigma wrapped up in a
There's a
puzzle.
lot of that misinformation in a lot of Shakespeare's plays. Othello does a whole speech about people in Africa with their heads and their chests and stuff, and that came from somebody who never went to Africa and completely made up everything.
Jeez.
Fantastic voyage he went on, and they just were like, "Yeah, that's probably how it worked."
That
And
sounds
we-
legit.
Shakespeare did not have Wikipedia. He had never heard of fact checking.
I mean, back then, if it was in writing, it's true.
It's true.
Imagine if he-
If it's on the internet, it's true. If it's in a book, it's true.
The
Shakespeare's
Oracle
our
News
parents.
Network, fake news.
And apparently, if it's in a ballad, it's true. according to this one.
I was
My-
convinced that perhaps I was just goofing off in the chat too much and missed something of what happened to Hermione. But while we've been talking, I just went and Googled and it's like, no, she just gets resurrected. Whatever, she comes back at the end, fine.
Having cocktails in France and then decide to come back when
I mean,
Leon
on
just
top
woke
of-
up.
She's
Yeah.
fine. It's
She
good. It's
faked her
okay.
own death.
Yeah,
On top
It was
of
better
figuring
that way.
everything out super quick, Paulina is a witch. So.
She went. She went to España for some tacos.
I like
Camilla's into
Here come
it.
the tacos again.
I like the fact that Paulina's a necromancer. Just makes her
Yeah.
hotter. Just
Yeah.
makes
Oh,
her
for
hotter.
There you go.
sure.
That in there too.
Maybe
Maybe she's just the DM bringing a beloved NPC back just to
Yes.
make the players
For that.
happy.
At the end of the game, okay,
Yep.
the season is over. Look
Kind
who's
of because she was
alive.
kind of because Lily during that entire last 2 scenes she was poking at like, well, hey, you're looking at her, but you forgetting your wife. How about your wife? How about your wife?
I
Remember
swear,
how
because
life
of this,
you
because
kill-
of this cast, I have nothing but dirty necromancer jokes. So,
Are there
Wait,
any?
you didn't
other
have those
fires?
before?
Go.
like,
We literally just did a whole thing on that.
Camillo enjoys Paulina's necromancy because she knows her way around a stiff.
Oh!
Wow.
Yep.
Well, on that note,
putting the romance
Gone
in
from
necromancy.
necromancy to necrophilia.
all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone has enjoyed tonight and enjoyed having such a good time with this really just overlooked gem of the Shakespeare catalog. Can we call it that?
Now,
This WTF of Shakespeare. But if you have enjoyed anything you saw tonight and want to follow up with some of our performers, a few of them would like to let you know where you could find them. So, performers, I'm going to go down the list of those who have other projects and presences. online. And so we will start with Miss Ellie. Where can we find you?
Hi, I am Ellie Collins. You can find me on Twitter, Ellie_A_Collins. I also run a Vampire the Masquerade V5 actual play game set in the city of Atlanta called ATL by Night. You can catch us on Tuesdays on Twitch at twitch.tv/ATL by Night or ATL by Night on all socials.
Very nice. All right, next up, Miss Gleam.
Hey folks, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Gleam Demon. You can find me here on Twitch Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings, US Central Time, 10 a.m. to 2 most days. I play Warframe and RPGs of all the sundry types. When I'm not here, I'm also working on art projects, which you can find all over the internet, or you can find me over on patreon.com/Gleam Demon.
Very nice. All right, Miss April.
She's muted.
I don't know where I'm muted at.
April?
Sorry. Hi, I'm April. You can find me on Twitter at April Raygun. I am a cast member on and part of the craziness of the Sladies ATL. And I got some other stuff coming up. So follow me. I also have some of these ladies in this room that I'm trying to convince to do other things. So yeah.
Do it.
Check them out.
Do the things.
All right, Lorai.
Hi, I'm Lorai, Lawmaster Lorai on Twitter for my personal positive vibes, bad jokes tweets. And I am currently producing and going to stream my first stream ever, D&D stream soon at chaoticlawful_Inc. And you can find us on most socials as some form of Chaotic Lawful Inc. or Chaotic Law Inc. on Twitter, where we'll be posting hype and all kinds of stuff. I've been writing bardic songs just for the occasion that will be featured in the stream breaks. So get hyped. I'm getting friends to record them. I'm really hyped. 2021, what you got?
Awesome.
Boom.
Next up, Homebase Serenity.
Hello, everyone. I'm Homebase Serenity. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch, both Homebase Serenity, where I create content for Fortnite Save the World, which is the paid PvE looter shooter tower defense survival mode. Though I do sometimes play a little bit of the free-to-play battle royale, the one that's more popular that everyone talks about. I also do stream some other games on Twitch. It's mostly Minecraft, although I do have monthly After Dark streams where we play some Jackbox Party Pack and Among Us, the next of which happens to be tomorrow. And anyone from this stream is more than welcome to come and hang out. I honestly would love to see how crazy Jackbox and Among Us would be with this crazy group.
Oh, we know how crazy Among Us can be with this group.
We've seen this. We've seen this happen.
That doesn't mean we don't want more.
Oh yeah, we'll guest spot on anyone's Among Us stream. We'll make.
And I salute you with my screwdriver.
I just played it for the first time. It's a lot of fun.
It is? I have never played it.
That was your first time?
Yeah. That's the first time I ever played.
Well, to be honest, I played for my first time right after that because after we all watched your game, we all wanted to play.
It was super fun.
Next up, That's Salty Ginger.
Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm That Salty Ginger on Twitter and half of Salty Sweet Games here on Twitch with my best friend Kiana. We play things like Call of Cthulhu on Saturday mornings. We run a sponsored game of Roll20's Burn Bright, which is also cool. That's coming back. But the main thing I wanted to shout out is that we are doing our first podcast collaboration with Off the Table, another awesome Twitch stream. It's for a podcast called Missing Annie Lee. So if you like things in the vein of Twin Peaks, things like that, we are doing a Ko-fi fundraiser, kofi.com/off_the-table. We hit our goal. We did like a big stream day and we hit our goal, and we're just trying to do stretch goals for more cool rewards for our backers and things like that. So yeah, we have a trailer on there, talk all about it. So check it out. That's it for me.
Very nice. Next up, we have Miss Sarah B.
First things first, don't listen to our mod in chat. Strike is very sus.
Hey, to be fair, I was the imposter 4 times that night.
Strike is sus. Anyways, hi, I'm Sarah B. You can find me on Twitter at Sarah B. Strange. My main other project, I'm sure Casey will be talking about shortly. But if you are looking to cast any for TTRPG streams, especially if you're looking to try out different systems, I'm I'm here. Let me know. Shout
Get
me.
that girl.
Give me a
Get
DM
that girl on your
Twitter.
game. Get that person. There we go. Goblin Katie, where are we?
Hello, I am Goblin Katie, aka Katie Downey. You can find me on all the socials at Goblin Katie. Currently, I am involved in every other Tuesday a game called Harper's Tale: Hope and Redemption, and that's on Mini Terrain Domains channel. You can find me with a ridiculously talented cast that I don't know how I got to play with. They are so much fun. And then on Sundays, you can catch me on a little show called D4. That's all sorts of awesome. We are on hiatus until January. However, we are doing a Q&A this weekend. So Sunday night, 7 p.m. on twitch.tv/rockpunchatl or twitch.tv/D&D. We are hosted by the official D&D channel. You can tune in, and we're going to be answering questions from our viewers, our wonderful viewers and friends. And if you have a question you'd like to pose to the cast or DMs, you can post it on Twitter with hashtag AskD4. And that's D as in Delta and the number 4. So and you can catch me on the Stellar Arcanum podcast, which is absolutely wonderful, and I highly recommend. It's a good time. And that's me.
Very nice. Next up, D&D Jordan.
Hello, everyone. First off, I just want to say a quick thank you to our amazing Oracle, Jessica, and Finn for putting this back together. This has been such a blast, so thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm at D&D Jordan Lee. I can be found mainly over at the Thread Raiders channel. It's a group of nerds that likes to raise money and charity, basically organizations through D&D games, video games, various types of tabletop. It's a lot of fun. Crazy group of, or rather wild group of people over there. So come check us out on Tuesday nights. We do Geek Attack, as well as on Wednesday nights. I will be streaming on my own channel because that's apparently a thing now. So we'll be doing World of Warcraft Wednesdays. I'm always looking for people to come in game, so just come on in. And there's some cards that you can play that can make things interesting. Like I can't use my mount for 5 minutes or something. So always love to interact. But yeah.
I totally heard that wrong. I thought you said I can't use my mouth.
No. Goblin,
That's exactly what I heard.
No,
really
mount.
Okay.
I can't use my horse
have
for
to be honest, I heard
5
mouth
minutes.
too. I thought
No.
that meant you just wouldn't
I
talk.
don't know
heard the
which one
same
of these
thing.
things was worse.
I heard the exact
They
same
both
thing,
go
so-
either way.
No.
Mouth.
That's what
Good night,
we
everybody.
said.
Well, with that, that's it for me. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Savannah.
Hi, guys. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Savannah Bauer, Bauer 96. I'm just relatively new to the area. I'm a voiceover artist here. I'm very new to this community. And so, just would like to get to know more of you and be more involved. It's great. Thank you.
So happy to have you. So
Thank
happy.
you.
For the record.
Next up, Melodic Blue.
Hi, I am Melodic Blue. I am a family-friendly streamer who's usually live on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but I will sometimes throw in random co-streams and whatnot with my buddy Jinxie, usually playing Phasmophobia. I am also a Streamloots affiliate, and so you can play cards that terrify me, and I have a chromatic tuner on my stream that will tell you just how high I'm screaming when I'm scared. Highest I've gotten so far is a D6. But yeah, so you can find me on Twitch at Melodic Blue, same on Twitter, and you can find me on Instagram at melodic_blue.
You're family friendly until you come over here. I feel like
Yeah,
that's
we
true.
all just nodded and let it go.
That's true. I get to use Monday words over here.
Yes, you do. We love you. All right. Next up, we have Brent.
Hi, I'm Brent, better known on Twitter as Dorklord Canada, to my infinite shame. I am a freelance TTRPG editor, currently working on a bunch of stuff that is buried in NDAs, but what I can talk about is all through December, I am doing daily videos on indie TTRPGs where I read a little bit from ones that I like and talk about them for a bit. So if that's your jam, swing by my Twitter feed. It's the pinned tweets. I've got them all in a thread. You can find some stuff that you might really enjoy.
Awesome. Very nice. Next up, we have the adjunct DM.
That would be me, KCT Williams. You can find me over on Twitter and on Twitch at the Adjunct GM. Or, well, wait, Twitter, it's KCT931. I don't even know where I am. But you can catch myself and some of these other lovely people, including Sarah B. Strange and Ye Old Dragon, over on Twitch on Fridays, where we're playing The Witcher pen and paper RPG. I do short campaigns and one-shots, and if you'd like to be in a game, feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to have you. We learn these games together, and it's a great time. I'm also looking at maybe starting a Pokemon D&D podcast in the new year, so if you're interested in that, reach out.
All right, and last but not least, our very own Ye Old Dragon.
Okay. First of all, welcome to all the newcomers. Thank you so much for joining us tonight and doing such a kick-ass job. Thank you, as always, to our wonderful hosts and our Oracle. And thank you to all the cast, because you're all a bunch of great folks, and I'm very glad to have been here with you again tonight. Okay, as for what I do, well, you can find me on the Twitter sphere at Draconic Verses, and I'm here on Twitch as Ye Old Dragon. And let me see, I think I've got something new coming up, actually. We're making the announcement official tonight. Submitted for your approval, a veteran DM decides to try an experiment in a Discord community. The experiment is very simple. He invites 4 or 5 people to play Dungeons and Dragons, but they don't know who else they're playing with. They do not know the characters. They do not know the players until the first gaming session. Now, I talked about this briefly in the Discord, but it is now going to happen. In fact, it is going to happen here on Chaotic Tiefling. So I'm so thrilled to be your dungeon master for D&D Surprise Party. And I am so thrilled and so honored that I'm being allowed to do this. And I'm looking forward to it. I mean, there might be some people here. There might not be some people here that are playing. Who knows? I know, but I'm not telling, because then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it? So there's that. And then there's also my t-shirts and other merch and everything. I believe the Forsooth is actually still active in the chat. Exclamation point Forsooth, and you'll get a link to my merch for your Shakespeare. Yeah, I hope you'll stop by. We'll be starting up January 13th. That's a Wednesday at 7 o'clock Eastern time. D&D Surprise Party. And there are also going to be 4 or 5 sessions 0. Each player has their own session 0, which they create their character. I go over house rules. I go over safety concerns. And they get to do a little bit of playing too, so they get to set the stage for their entrance. And these session 0s are going to be recorded, and they'll air after session 1 has aired, because otherwise that would spoil the surprise, wouldn't it?
Fair enough.
So that's it. I hope you will join us for D&D Surprise Party right here on Chaotic Tiefling in January. Have a very wonderful holiday season.
Question?
Very, very excited. Very excited about that.
Can we acknowledge Bob's Bear real quick?
Bob's Bear!
Bobbin's Bear is amazing. Sorry.
The bear has the highest kill count of the...
It's like, the bear is here!
The bear is the only one that got a kill in this play.
Yes.
Good job, Bear. Sucks it came at Bob's
Realized
cost.
you had a bear and was like, oh my god.
Oh, besides Sadness, that got some kills.
The bear has the best KD ratio of
Yes.
all.
Well, as we wrap up, also, please remember to donate to the American Diabetes Association, especially around the holiday season. They need a lot of help caring for those that need support managing their diabetes. And our dear friend Twigs would love to know that that the ideas that he started and the energy that he put out was going back to do people good. That's all he would have wanted. That's just his guy. That's the kind of guy he was. You know what? I just want to go ahead and share it because I think it was Jordan during our intermission said, as long as we keep this kind of energy on this community alive, we are feeling the effects of what he put out in the world, and we are forever grateful. So love always, Twigs. We are so happy you guys came here tonight. We are so happy that you were with us on The Winter's Tale. Please tell others about our show, what streams may come, right here on Chaotic Tiefling ATL. And as we go into the holiday season, of course, we will be spending time with our loved ones, spending time with all these wonderful projects as we try to roll into 2021 victoriously. But as you can tell, we just can't stay away from you guys for too long. So be ready to see us again. Watch the Twitter sphere, watch Chaotic Tiefling, watch for any of the signs of our coming again. And you will see us soon with more Shakespeare and more online theater content for you. Of course, you can find all of our backlogs at YouTube under Chaotic Tiefling ATL. But please, toss a sub to your Twitchers, all of these Twitchers that you love so much, and show some love to our dear friend Babs the Bat, our offstage oracle, who makes the gears turn every time we do this show. Without her hard work, we wouldn't come to you. If you'd like to connect with either of the hosts, you can find me at Bloodhaven Bard, and you can find my lovely co-host at Jessica Skell.
Until the next show, you guys, be good to yourself and be good to each other. We're all going to get through this. Back onto the stage lights once more. And if I may ask, cheers to Twigs.
Cheers to Twigs.
Twigs.
Well, Chaoslings, give us your hands if we be friends.
We love you.
We miss you.
Till it's showtime again.